It's Sports by the Book at the South Point Studio. Here's Jeff Parles.
There's a football game today, everyone. A football game. Maybe a little bit of an understatement. I'm Jeff Parles. Welcome in. Sports by the Book is the show. Alex White, dressed in gold, alongside. Good morning.
Good morning. Finally, 2 weeks of waiting. It is finally here.
You know, it's so this is for you, Alex. This has been your first run up to the game while doing media, and this is now I've had again. This is now Super Bowl number 10, I think, in the media for me. That's kind of crazy in its own right. But this year felt different. I will, just because of the game is in our backyard.
Right.
It's just north of us at Allegiant Stadium. You yesterday were able to go down to the Bellagio as well. We'll have some stuff. Maybe even go down there a little bit later today. We'll have more from there a little bit later in the show. I shouldn't say in the show, later in the afternoon.
Right.
Because we're going to be coming at the top of the hour starting at noon. Myself, Matt Neverett will be involved. I heard maybe even a Brendan Gaughan appearance as well through leading up to the game at noon, 1, 2, and 3. Be on for about 15 minutes a pop at the top of each hour, leading into kickoff at around 3:30 here in Las Vegas. But first, let's get right to it, Alex. We're ready. It's 2. It really has been 2 for the majority of this run up to the game. They've been waiting for a 2.5 to pop. I don't think we're getting there. I don't think we're getting north of this 2. Money line, of course, dime line on the money line here at the South Point. Plus 115. A little bit of a take back after it was at plus 120 on Kansas City yesterday. Total of 47.5 after a quick bop to 48 on Friday. It's back to 47.5, which is what the market has been the whole way through for the moment.
Yeah. I mean, pretty much everybody who has a microphone is ready to hand the Lombardi to the Chiefs, but we're seeing from the sports betting side a lot of sharp money here on the Niners, which has kept that line right there. I think we also know that the books have some futures with San Francisco as well, so that kind of balances it out here. But really shocking, I don't remember a Super Bowl that opened and closed that exact same number and pretty much sat there for 2 weeks, and the total, which I don't mind that at all. I think that number is just right here, but should be a really good game, should be a close one. We've seen in past Super Bowls when the spread is under 6, the team that usually wins straight up covers, except for, of course, the Bengals against the Rams. They covered in that one as an underdog. So should be interesting, but I think everybody has their opinion on whether it'll be the Niners or the Chiefs and whether they'll win outright here.
Been a very interesting run for Kansas City through this season, as we know, Alex. And it goes back to, and you did bring up something, it does feel like the majority of people who have been out on Media Row, out and about on the air in any sort of spot, are on Kansas City. It's the narrative that we've heard of. How can you pass up Patrick Mahomes as an underdog?
Correct.
And we saw Patrick Mahomes as an underdog win outright last year in the Super Bowl against Philadelphia, outright in the divisional round on the road as an underdog in Buffalo, and then outright without needing to score in the second half against Baltimore in the AFC title game. We've talked about it all year with Kansas City. This is a totally different looking team from what we're used to in this Mahomes era. The offense was average. I might even be polite for a chunk of the season. The defense, though, all year long, Alex, and to your credit, you brought it up a lot throughout the year. This defense has been the best in the Mahomes era, and in a large part because of them, that's why they're here today in Las Vegas.
Absolutely. You could give a lot of credit to that defense and what they've been able to do. And then on the flip side, the Niners have been pretty solid all year long, including their defense. And then here in the playoffs now, we've seen them slip up. And we're going to have Adam Chernoff on here in about 30 minutes. And he's going to really break down those numbers for us play by play to show you what we've seen from both sides. But he'll also give his take on why he doesn't think that's too big of a deal here with San Francisco. But regardless, it should be a great game. We've got huge playmakers on both sides. Great storylines. We've got Travis Kelce, of course, on one side that people cannot wait to see out there. And then Christian McCaffrey, who just won Offensive Player of the Year, which he should have, and possibly even MVP. So we'll see what he can do in this big game for the Niners, because when they met 4 years ago, they didn't have this key piece to their offense.
They did not. In that game, they've been showing these past Super Bowls. Actually, even, not right now. They were earlier showing these Super Bowls that through the years, Mahomes, of course, had been in 3 already. We saw one against this Niner team. I had forgotten how deep into the fourth quarter Kansas City was down 10. Of course, the Chiefs rattle off 21 straight, win the game by 11, and win their first Super Bowl in over 50 years at that point. But it's just fascinating to see in this game, in the way that this has been bet, where again we just mentioned it with Kansas City, the full package for them, the 20 games they have played,
correct,
versus the 19 games that San Francisco has played, including, again, you really want to call it 18 because week 17 for their 17th game, week 18 played the backups.
Right.
I mean, Sam Darnold played in that game. Carson Wentz played on the other side for the Rams. It really was a game that you couldn't really take anything from. But there had been questions the whole week of, hey, why is San Francisco still favored? How are the sharps on the San Francisco? It's a very simple thing, Alex, where the power ratings all year long, San Francisco has been at worst, number 3? And that might even be low.
Yeah,
that might even be low. They've been in the top 2 essentially the whole year, where Kansas City, after that head scratcher on Christmas to the Raiders, they were 9th, 10th in the power ratings. They were pretty low, all things considered.
They really were. I would say they sat at about 6th majority of the season. Yeah. And my dad, Kenny White, even on CBS yesterday, he was saying that he had the Niners 6 points better than any team at one point in this season. So, I mean, it has been a big drop for both of these and to get to this number, but we'll get into that more because it's very interesting to think before Christmas, if these two would have played on a neutral site, the Niners would have been more of a 5-point favorite here, and now it's a big adjustment. Well, and also, too, if you remember, both of these teams on Christmas did not play well. Correct. Obviously, Niners got smacked by Baltimore. That was the matchup a lot of us thought we were going to see here in Las Vegas. Of course, Baltimore did not hold up their end of the bargain. Did we just move to 1.5, Sean? There you go. All right, there it is. We just moved to 1.5 here at the South Point on the game. So the influx of Kansas City money continues to come in. This is the first time this game has been 1.5 at the South Point since the 29th, right? The 29th of January. Is that right? Am I reading that right on my screen? Yeah, that looks right to me. So almost 2 full weeks ago since we've seen 1.5 on the Chiefs here at the South Point. That is the first move here in market, it looks like, for any book down to the 1.5. Remember, if you come to the South Point here today and you place a bet, and do we have the sportsbook shot available here at all today? Yeah, Sean will get in a second. You already can tell there's a nice little line in the sportsbook. You got to get in that line. You got to do it, by the way, do it before 3 o'clock, please. You've had 2 weeks to bet the game. Don't get caught online and not get your bets in time. Come in, go to the counter. You can get minus 105 juice on both sides. Again, in the long run, that saves you a whole boatload of money, Alex. You know that better than I do. It really does. I mean, that's a huge thing that they do here at South Point, always have with the Super Bowl. And if you're coming down here, make sure you get here relatively soon because seats are filling up. I was here at like 7:15 to grab an extra booth out there, but they were all taken. So there's still some seats at the book. Also, a ton of free parties here throughout the property where they will hold, I think Vinny said yesterday, 7,000? No, that I'll take the under on that. Are you sure? Because they underestimated it. At first we were at 4,000. We're bumping that up to 7,000 or 8,000. Well, okay. Hey, look, again, free parking. Granted, spots could be limited if you get here too late. Parking garage is always a good option. But there's no, thank you, Sean, 7,000. All right. I guess I was wrong. Well, your under still might have got there. I hope. Yes. Vinny just said, yes, 7,000 plus. All right.
I'm very happy to be wrong on that one. I'm allowed to be wrong every once in a while. 7,000 plus coming to property here today. We could the area upstairs where the NCAA tournament also showed. By the way, we'll have plenty of coverage leading up to the NCAA tournament through that. Vinny just texted me, listen to Alex. Yes, I know, Vinny. I know. I've learned my lesson plenty of times this year on that. All right. I want to start going into some props here.
Okay.
And also, too, of course, your prop booklet's still available here at the South Point. I'll just put it on there. I'll just ask you this, because let's say I liked the 49ers here today. Okay, down to 1.5. 3009, 3010. It's on the first page. Okay, this is the most I don't want to say normal, but it is the most normal-ish alternate point spread here, where you can get a small, nice little plus price on the Niners minus 3.5. On the flip side, if you go to the Kansas City 3.5, you're pushing about $2 at this point. Niners plus 160, which is up from plus 120 on that alternate spread. So 40-cent move. As Chris said, I don't remember if it was Friday or the Friday before, where sharp bettors will come in, will take the price, will take the points and lay the price on these alternate point spreads. Alex, if you were to play one of these alternate point spreads, would you just go for, all right, I'll just lay the shorter number here, where San Francisco, again, at plus 160 and minus 3.5, of course, game landing 3 very much in play. Or would you be looking at one of these bigger ones? Like, let's say you like the Niners, Sean, 30-21 and 30-22, up to 10.5. Niners open plus 330 on laying 10.5. Wow. Now plus 350 if you were to say, the Niners are going to win this thing by 2 scores.
I mean, I really don't like that hook. That kind of throws me off here.
Oh, that's why they're good at their job.
Exactly. That is. And I've kind of talked about it all week, but I like the same game teaser. So you were on the Chiefs talking about them getting a little bit more, laying the juice there, plus 3.5 is minus 140. Well, I would rather tease the Chiefs up here and tease the total one way or another, depending if you like the game a little more high scoring, or of course, if you go under, you can get up to about 53.5, which I feel like is a pretty safe bet either way.
Alternate totals as well, 56.5, 30, 33. The over, if you want to, Frank, if you're listening, well, actually, what am I joking about? Frank's not awake yet. It's 8:42 in the morning. That actually is interesting, because that's one of those where people have laid have taken the under, or excuse me, have taken the over in that, I should say, from $3 down to plus 260 on that one. Alex, you want over 63.5? I would not do it, by the way. That opened at plus 650. It's bet all the way down to plus 425. I would not do that. I don't think we're getting 64. If we get 64 points in this game, that would be a little bit of a shock. Even 35-28 doesn't get you there. That'd be 63.
No, and remember, so last year we had a high-flying total, KC 38, Eagles 35. So I think a lot of people are hoping to see that same result. But you have to remember, I mean, we've had much lower scoring games within the past 5 years. Of course, we go back 5 years with the Patriots and Rams, 13-3. KC 31-20 over San Francisco, so a little bit higher there. But then Tampa Bay 31, Kansas City 9, and then the Rams 23-20. So trending more to unders here in the Super Bowl. I think with Kansas City's defense playing the way they have throughout the entire season, we're going to see a lower scoring game here.
Alex, I want to keep it on the opening page real quick. Let's go with 30-51 and 30-52 here, Sean. The successful 2-point conversion. Now, you're up to plus 260 here on this one right now. A little bit of a mover from where Chris opened this at 2-1. I was able to get plus 280 at a different shop earlier today, or I don't even know what day it is anymore. Technically yesterday at plus 280. You look at this one now. A lot of these props, and this is going to be one that I know the public is going to want to come in and bet. the yes.
Yes.
Because, okay, it's a successful 2-point conversion. I also betted another shot. Will there be one attempted, which is half the
I had
price,
that.
which I think is a little bit better than this one. Bet it heavier than this. A lot of these bets, remember, when you're going to make your prop bets, and if you're doing it this morning, you have a game script in mind of what do you think is going to happen. I went a little bit off the board with a lot of mine this year, which may mean it's not the best of days if the game script is off even a little bit for me. But a lot of this comes down to, hey, someone down 11 in the fourth quarter, you got a touchdown, they're going for 2 to get the game to get 3. Last year, the Eagles were down 8 in the fourth quarter. Jalen Hurts had the octopus.
Yep.
Are you betting that, by the way? That's available at
I may have sprinkled a little bit on it.
Oh, you did?
I did.
That was not a long range prop. I thought about this go. But I'll just ask you this. When you're handling props like this, where you know the public is going to probably come in on the day of and bet the yes, yeah, would you advocate saying, all right, maybe you're getting a little bit of a worse price potentially? Would you consider just say, all right, take it now early in the morning, but if you're getting here at like 1 o'clock to bet your props, again, that's pretty late. You may not be getting the best of it at that point.
Yeah.
You're probably not getting the best of it.
Right. I completely agree. And we are airing this live morning of the Super Bowl. So everything we say, you do have to take with a grain of salt. Some bets were made earlier and some lines have moved. And there's always a point where it's probably better just to pass on one. But 2-point conversion, I definitely like the attempt one here, even though I think it is about half the price. But yeah, there's a certain number with that successful 2-point conversion I would pass.
Going to the coin toss, Alex. 30-53, 30-54. Did you? I know you didn't bet it, right?
I have not bet it, no.
And did Frank end up betting the coin toss? Sean, did you end up betting the coin toss? Okay, you know what? I'm proud of Sean. This is the proudest of Sean I've ever been. I was concerned that he was going to bet the coin toss, and he did not, which is honestly, it's good. I'm proud of you. I'm proud of you. I'm genuinely proud of you that you didn't do that. Right now, again, 4-cent straddle here at the South Point, -102 on both sides. If you want instant gratification today, if you're going with that. All right, I want to go to quarterbacks.
Okay.
Real quick. So, you know, it's interesting right now. I snagged Mahomes at +160 to win MVP, which was, and again, it works one of two ways when you in the lead up to the game for the way that I've noticed how the MVP market's been bad. Either the quarterback gets hit all the way down, where I think Mahomes last year ended up what? I think I got him at +120. I want to say, actually, you know what?
I think that is right.
I have my sheet right in front of me. I should just look at that, right?
Yes.
Last year Mahomes. Let's see. MVP. Yeah, +130. +130 last year on Mahomes. I'm a little bit surprised. Again, you can get +175 here at the South Point, so I didn't even get the best of it. That's a pretty juicy price, all things considered, when Kansas City. Now, look, when we're looking at the MVP, by the way, Alex and I are both sitting on 60 to 1s, where Alex was able to pick it up with a guest of ours that's coming up in a little bit. Debo right now, 18 to 1 here at the South Point.
Wow.
To win the MVP. It's interesting. I think I might maybe I might take a little bit more of that +175, because I'll just ask you, if Kansas City wins, your thoughts here of anyone other than Mahomes having the ability to win this. The only other player I'd even remotely consider would be Travis Kelce. But if Travis Kelce has a huge game, that means Mahomes had a huge game.
Right.
And I just have a hard time seeing the voters voting for Kelce over Mahomes, even though Mahomes has won the MVP of the Super Bowl twice. Do we follow all that?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's what's so tough about receivers, right? And tight ends, especially. We've never seen a tight end win the MVP, and it's because everything that they do is based off of the quarterback. But you might have taken a little flyer on Patrick Mahomes' reception. So would that be Travis Kelce throwing the ball to him?
That would be something. Yes, I did think I took Would it even be considered pizza money? It might legitimately be a bag of chips money on Mahomes to have a reception at 12-1. Hey, look, that would be interesting. If the reverse Philly special,
Yeah.
the Kansas City special today. You know, it's interesting on this where. Wow, plus 175. If you like, that's a good price to take Mahomes to win the MVP. Again, especially now that Kansas City here at the South Point is plus 110 on the money line. Now, is there ways for that to get torpedoed if you like Kansas City and Mahomes doesn't win the MVP? Yes, of course.
Right.
It's not 100%. We've seen in years where New England has won Super Bowls where Brady didn't win. Now, granted, his last one in New England was the worst Super Bowl I can remember at 13-3 over the Rams. But it is interesting to see that price, that because of other people getting bet, that's why the Mahomes price has been moved through the week, that's the case. Niners side, Purdy's at plus 230 still, which if there's ever going to be a team where the quarterback doesn't win, it would be this go-around with Purdy. Now, I don't know if I want to take the shorter price on McCaffrey, who's short of 4-1 right now to be the MVP.
Let me ask you this, though, Jeff.
Yeah.
Is there ever going to be another year where you get plus 230 on a quarterback winning MVP?
Nick Foles playing in a game again soon? Hey, Foles won. Remember that. Nick Foles is a Super Bowl MVP.
So does that make it worth taking a little bit there?
Well, the only thing is,
I mean, there's definitely a path for him to win this.
There's definitely a path. I have to go through it because the one thing, at least in recent years, at least since I've moved out here, there hasn't really been a game where the point spread was overly large. So the pricing, like if we're dealing all right, just going back from the 2019, real quick, 2.5. New England was 2.5. The Chiefs were 1.5 against the Niners in that one. Chiefs were a 3-point favorite against the Buccaneers. The Rams were the biggest favorite since the calendar year of 2019 to 2018 season, up 3.5. Yep. Eagles were 1.5 last year. Niners are 1.5 right now. So in this era where these teams are tightly bunched, it's going to be hard to get prices that are north of that. You are right. If we ever get a game again where, look, it can happen. The Eagles against the Patriots is the biggest line that I can remember, at least recently, where, all the money came in on the Eagles at the end of the day, like Chris said, but that was pushing 6 for a good chunk of the week before the onslaught of Eagle money came in and pushed that thing down to 5 by the end of the game, by kickoff. I tend to lean towards, if we keep getting in this era of short Super Bowl lines, you may not get a price on a quarterback like this again. But if we ever get a game again where someone's a touchdown favorite, then yes, then you're going to get north of that because you should, because the money line at that point, the MVP's got to be north of the money line on the underdog if that's the case.
So from my standpoint, which you're in the same boat and have Deebo Samuel at 60-1, is that, since you jumped on Patrick Mahomes, a little bit of a hedge there and have one on each side? I
wouldn't even call it a hedge. I think
you like Kansas City to win the game.
I like the Chiefs to win the game. I'm just in a case of where it's the MVP versus the money line at this point for me. Now, if the Niners get up in this game, I can tell you right now, I'm more likely than not going to put some money on Kansas City in game, assuming the game flow is right. As long as it's not a redux of that Buccaneer Super Bowl, which not happening, more likely than not. It is, I wouldn't call it edge. I think just, again, I'll take the better price on the MVP. And if you know what, if Travis Kelce wins the MVP, so be it. That's just the way that it looks at. Like, again, the first Chiefs Super Bowl championship against these Niners, Damian Williams was robbed. Damian Williams should have been the MVP of the game. Mahomes ended up getting it. Sometimes that's part of the thing with the handicap, where the quarterback doesn't have to be the best player on his own team, and he could still win the MVP of the Super Bowl.
I think I might have to take a little bit. That plus 175 for Patrick Mahomes. I mean, we're talking about Patrick Mahomes here, so getting that number with him to win MVP is very tempting, to say the least.
Alex, when we look at the other other props that are out there, we can start going through some of the stuff we bet. What are two props that you looked at immediately? And you're like, all right, I gotta take this today.
Well, I definitely took under sacks, and I did here at South Point. They have them separated. Let me find this number for our crew. 3244. So Chiefs under 2.5 sacks, and then I took Niners under 2.5 sacks as well, 3242. And I was really looking around. I saw 4.5 for the game. These are two quarterbacks that have been sacked 5 times in the 5 playoff games. That's combined. They both can scramble. So I think that's a good price here on the under 4 sacks. And Chiefs was even a lower price than the Niners at -120 on the under. So there's 2 right there. I really started to try and look for kickers. So I'm interested to hear if you have any field goals or longest punt, because I did like Wisniewski over 57.5 for his longest punt, because, I mean, this is a controlled environment. We're indoors here. I do think we are going to have a lot more punts than people realize, lower scoring game. So I liked that over 57.5 for him too. That's 35-15 here at South Point.
Well, remember, Alex, this is the stadium that had the lowest scoring indoor football NFL game ever with the 3-0 game earlier this year. Now, granted, quality of the team is just slightly different for this one here today.
What do you mean? That was a huge turning point for the Las Vegas Raiders, and that was the complete spiral downfall for the Minnesota Vikings, right? That's when they really lost their backup quarterbacks and thinking that they could run all the way without Kirk Cousins. But
so I'll just throw this out there real quick from a prop perspective. And again, this goes to the game flow. One of the ones that I liked, and the market actually went against me, which gave me a better number on the side that I wanted. And that's Brock Purdy attempts today, which on the sheet, wherever that may be, where did it go? 32.73 was where I was looking at. 30. It opened 31.5 here at the South Point and at other shops. Plus money on the over at plus 105. It dipped all the way to 29.5. I got a flat -110. It's now 29.5 -115 behind us on the over. But that's what I was looking at, just because of the way my game, the game flow that I have in this game is the Niners coming from behind like they've had to in the last few games. That's the way that I like this one right now, especially at 29.5 on a flat at some other books. -115 is fine, especially if you're betting smaller money here today. All right, we'll take a quick break. When we get back, Adam Chernoff will join us next. We'll get his thoughts on the game coming 3:30. We're getting 6.5 hours away from kickoff right now here in Las Vegas. We're back with more Sports by the Book, South Point Studio.
South Point is also proud to provide a variety of relaxing amenities for the guests who want to be pampered. Soak up the sun and let your stress melt away in our lagoon-style paradise swimming pool. A relaxing getaway where you can bask in the desert sun and enjoy seasonal food and bar service poolside. And if you really want to escape, come to Spa Costa del Sur. From couple suites to a co-ed wet area, our spa caters to business and leisure travelers who want to unwind and elevate their senses. A visit to one of our spa's steam, sauna, or whirlpool treatment rooms will leave any guest feeling like they can take on the world. Our gaming amenities include over 60 table games and over 2,600 of the most popular slot and video poker machines. We have penny slots, including the popular Buffalo games, and real machines like Wheel of Fortune, Triple Sevens, and Mega Bucks. If you prefer video poker, try Deuces Wild, Double Double Bonus, or a variety of multi-denomination games. Or try your hand at one of the most popular casino table games in the world, Blackjack. Don't let the game intimidate you. Blackjack, also known as 21, is both easy and fun. And our dealers are always happy to assist. And the best part? Blackjack always pays 3-2. Next, check out the roulette tables. Roulette is one of the easiest casino games to learn, and so much fun to play. It's a favorite of both beginners and seasoned players. In addition to blackjack and roulette, our casino pit features over 60 popular table games like Baccarat, Pai Gow Poker, 3-Card Poker, Ultimate Texas Hold'em, and Mississippi Stud. So get out of your room and come join in the fun.
That's where the game will be played in about 6.5 hours. Wow, actually a nice day here in Las Vegas for once this week.
Finally.
I know. The most rain we've had basically in a week in the entire time I've lived here, basically, since 2019. She's Alex White. I'm Jeff Parles. We're happy to be with you, as always. Shout out to the crew, as always. Andrew, Sean, our fearless leader, Ann, as always. Matt Nevert's even here right now, which is again, I don't know where Frank is. Frank might be asleep still. Who knows?
I think he's around town. He's checking out parties. He's getting us some footage.
Hey, look, he'll be here with footage throughout the day. As again, we'll go till 10:30 this morning. Then at noon, we'll be back on. I'll be on, giving an update with our guy Vinny Maliulo. And then at the top of each hour leading up to the game, Alex will be here. Matt Nevert will be here. Maybe even a Brendan Gaughan appearance. A lot happening leading you up to the game here. Super Bowl 58 between the Niners and the Chiefs. Now joining us, one of the sharpest guys there is in this business of Right Angle Sports right now, our guy Adam Chernoff joins us here this morning. Adam, thanks for being with us today.
Of course. Good morning. 6 hours to go. Let's get to kickoff. We've been discussing a lot. I'm looking forward to the big game.
Well, Adam, at least from my perspective, and I'm not the most disciplined guy, and a friend of mine just actually tweeted this in the same sort of vein. This game's got to start so I don't end up putting a small amount of money on a few extra props that I probably shouldn't be.
I was texting with a friend of mine this morning, and he says, I didn't have much in terms of props compared to usual on Tuesday, but I just did my spreadsheet, and now I'm very concerned at how much I have out there. And so it's a very real feeling that is shared by many of us. So it's a dangerous 6 hours ahead.
No, I'm with you. See, I'm gonna have to find a way to squeeze in a nap, so I can't do anything in the middle of that. Adam, let's just start with from a traditional sense here. Of course, the Niners all year long, Adam, have been power rated at the top of the league. Kansas City, wayward year, as we know, but they're still here. Niners now behind us, thanks to the dime line straddle on the money line. The Niners are down to $1.20 right now, which, Adam, if you like San Francisco, I think that's as good of a price as we're going to find right now.
I do, and I think it is. Traditionally, every Super Bowl, you find that the favorite, especially on shorter numbers, money line price is usually as good as you'll see it closer to kickoff. Because if you're liking the dog in this one, Kansas City, you're taking the underdog on the money line. If you like the favorite, not a lot of folks caring about laying the number, but the minus 120 relative to where we are in the point spread is a good number. And you're right, it's as good as we're going to see it right now. So that's the side that I'm on.
Adam, I love your breakdowns. You went play-by-play data for regular season and then into the playoffs. Can you break down San Francisco and their offense and their defense and why you don't really believe those defensive numbers and you think we're going to see their best product here in the big game?
Well, Jeff nailed it in the last comment where he was saying that the Niners have been power rated at the top all season long. And it, to me, is when handicapping the Super Bowl, really a question of how did we get from a price that would have been 4.5 to 5 on a neutral 3 weeks ago to where we are now. And like you said, it's really looking at San Francisco specifically. On the offense, they've been stable all season and in the playoffs as well. They've been the most efficient offense in the NFL. But the defense in the playoffs has fallen off of a cliff. It's gone from, for the regular season, ranked right around 10th to playing in a level in the playoffs that would have had them ranked 32nd over the course of the regular season. And for me, one of the big reasons I like San Francisco on the money line in this game is because I just don't believe that this defense, with all of the talent that they have, is a unit that can play as poorly as they have been playing in this big game with extra time to prepare. I mean, it has been such a drastic drop-off, and defenses, it's really noisy week to week from a handicapping perspective to say what is real and what isn't. But I just, I mean, with the extra time, seeing the same game plan from Green Bay and Detroit burn them for 2 weeks, which is exactly what Kansas City ran against them last season so well. I'm a believer that they get it right in this game. And so if that's really the big driver for this drop off, which really in the last 3 weeks we look at it as it being, I can't buy into that. And I think the defense really shows up today.
Adam, I'm going to ask you to just go reverse of what you just said there. If Kansas City's going to win this game, what do you think the logical path is to Kansas City pulling this short upset here today?
So offensively, a lot of talk about it being on the ground. I don't know if that's going to be as easy as it has been for Detroit and Green Bay the last 2 weeks. I think Kansas City is putting the ball in Mahomes' hands early, and they're going to leave it in his hands as much as they can. You're going to put the biggest game in the hands of your biggest player. So I don't look at this as a spot where Kansas City is coming out and running the ball a ton. I don't agree with that handicap. So I think it's going to be through the air, attacking these corners for San Francisco, who may have to adjust to play a lot more man coverage. We saw Baltimore sit in zone, and they got beat up pretty bad early in the game. And so it would be a big curveball for San Francisco. I think that's where the Chiefs try to attack them. And defensively, a really big matchup for me in this one. If the Chiefs are going to win it, it's going to be because they get another standout game from their defensive backs. These guys have been playing at such a high level all season, but Spagnuolo really trusts them to play outside on their own in press man coverage. He relies on their physicality. And because he can trust these guys out wide, it allows him to put extra guys and more size in the middle of the field to defend the run. And so if Kansas City is going to win this and it's going to be defensive driven, it's going to be because their defensive backs win outside, and that's going to allow them to commit an extra guy inside to defend McCaffrey and these 49ers runs. And so we'll know really early what the Chiefs are going to do offensively and how that's going to hold. And then defensively, you're just going to watch some great battles outside between these defensive backs and the skill guys for Kansas City, or for San Francisco, pardon me.
On the San Francisco offensive side, there's something you really like about these weapons that we didn't really see with the Ravens or the Bills. Can you dive into that?
Yeah, for sure. So on offense for me for San Francisco, I think that San Francisco wins those matchups outside against those Kansas City corners. Last week they had Zay Flowers, an undersized wide receiver. They were able to shut him down at the line of scrimmage pretty easily. The week prior, they eliminated Stephon Diggs for all but one play downfield. They were jamming him at the line. They took him out of the game. And even against Miami, it was, again, Tyreek Hill, undersized a little bit. They were able to be physical up front on the line with Snead on him, and they were able to eliminate him from the game outside of one catch downfield. And so it's always been week after week for Kansas City, the physicality of these defensive backs outside. Where I think they get into trouble today is sticking with that plan, which has got them to where they are. They just face such a test in terms of physicality that the 49ers have out wide. I mean, this is the most physical group of skill position players on any roster in the entire league. And so it's going to come down so much to, can they win those battles outside? I don't think that they can. I think San Francisco's going to win outside. I think they're going to have creative ways to get guys like Deebo Samuel in space. They also run a ton of heavy personnel formations, multiple tight ends, multiple running backs. And that kind of puts Kansas City in a bind for what they want to do defensively, because traditionally that's a lot harder to defend than these Baltimore, Miami, Buffalo teams that are just spreading out multiple wide receivers and really playing into the strength of Kansas City. And so to me, Shanahan with extra time is going to come up with plenty of ways to play away from that and really put this Chiefs defense in a bind. So watch the physicality and the blocking of guys like Samuel and Kittle and Jennings. It's going to be on display today, and I think that's a big advantage for the 49ers.
Adam Chernoff with us right now. Of course, you can find Adam's work, adamchernoff.com, Right Angle Sports, where you can find Adam. Just going into some props here, let's talk Brock Purdy, who obviously there are a lot of polarizing thoughts across the board on Purdy's play, and as we know, what has happened through this postseason and through the year. You're looking at rushing yards, though, for Purdy. You're looking to attack that prop today.
I am. I like under 12.5 rushing yards for Purdy. There are some alternates if you want to get a little bit extreme, you can find under 3.5 at 4-1 and under 7.5 at 2-1. Reason I like this is simply because Kyle Shanahan does not design runs for Brock Purdy. He's had 3 all season that were called by Kyle Shanahan to run. Purdy has 50 rush attempts this season. More than half of them were kneel downs at the end of games or sneaks for 0 or 1 yards in short yardage situations. And so it's really been for Purdy 20 rushing attempts, and 17 have been from broken plays where he scrambled. And so this is a number for Purdy that has closed at 5.5 the last few weeks. It's now bumped up to 12.5 because there's discussion that he's now a mobile and running quarterback because what he has done. For me, in a big game like this, I'm happy to take an under on a player, specifically a quarterback that doesn't run, whose offensive play caller does not call runs for him. And the only way that you're really realistically going to lose this is if broken plays come up and he decides to scramble. So with the inflated number, I'll play against that and go with the under.
You talked a lot about physicality on both sides of the ball for both units. Any defensive props that you're looking at? Any defensive players that you've attacked?
I think Nick Bolton over 8.5 tackles and assists is interesting. This is a number that's come down from 9.5 last week. So he's a tackle and an assist lower this week, which I don't fully agree with, just because San Francisco attacks the middle of the field more than any other team. For the season, no team has been tackled by defensive backs less than San Francisco. And it kind of goes back to what we were talking about, where this big advantage for the Niners comes against this Chiefs defense. And so there's been 21 different linebackers this season that have accumulated 8.5 or more tackles against San Francisco in 19 games, which is kind of a crazy stat to think about. But it really shows where this Niners offense attacks with their plays. And so I think Bolton, as the quarterback of that Chiefs defense in the middle of the field, is going to be involved in a ton of plays. I think this number being adjusted down is coming down a little bit too low. So I'll go over 8.5 for Nick Bolton.
Adam, really appreciate you coming on with us today. I get your newsletter. I love it. I'm excited you'll be doing it throughout the off season every Friday. So if you can tell people about that. And before that, I just have one final question for you. And that's just regarding the spread here, because in the last 30 Super Bowls of 6 or less, the team that won straight up is covered in 29 of 30. But you like the Niners money line here. Is there a reason for that particularly?
So when you're looking at a point spread of -2 in an NFL game, typically you're looking at a money line that is closer to 140, and we're seeing -120. So it's entirely a price thing for me in this game, where the money line relative to the spread is a better price.
Very good. And then your newsletter?
Yes, so it's up at adamchernoff.com. I'll be doing it every single Friday. It's the first time I've ever done off-season content. Typically, I'm pretty irrelevant between the months of February and August, but I'm going to try dive into a lot of things on a weekly basis to keep everybody updated with the NFL. So I'm looking forward to giving it a try.
AdamChernoff.com, where you can find Adam's newsletter, one of the best ones out there if you're looking to make some money in the sports betting game. Adam, thank you for being with us today. Enjoy the game, and don't add to the card unnecessarily over the next 6 hours.
I'm keeping the phone down as much as possible and focusing on the barbecue. So thanks very much, guys, for having me. Enjoy the game as well.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much.
Adam Chernoff, everyone. Always love catching up with him. Alex, left Danny Burke in about 15 minutes. I just want to ask you a question to you on this. I'm going to take these off also right now before I need them in about 10 minutes. But you look at the way that we talk about game flow here.
Right.
For betting the Super Bowl in game, I just want to touch that real quick. Is there anything that differs from what you normally would do? Because for me, I don't change anything when it comes to betting the Super Bowl in game. It's just, all right, you know what? There's 100 million plus eyeballs on it, but you know what? It's the same handicap for me as it would be if the Chiefs were playing the Broncos in week 9.
I think that's super important, and I don't think people should change how they bet. And like, we're kind of seeing that with props now, right? We have the option of prop bets throughout the entire regular season. You are prepping for this moment, for this big game, doing your research, finding the averages, the medians on certain players, trying to get a little hedge here with over or unders. And I think the same thing goes for the in-game live betting. You should stick to your routine and, hope for the best here.
No, absolutely. Alex, let's go through some more props here. Where I'll let you take us somewhere on one of your props.
Okay, let me see. Well, I gave out Travis Kelce first half touchdown earlier.
Yes,
I did add this. It took me a while to get here, Jeff, but I did finally add under 13.5 for the fourth quarter here, and that's because of this run that Kansas City has been with second half unders, 16-1-1 to the under in the regular season and 3-0 so far in the playoffs. So I think that's a really good bet. I think we're going to see more scoring in the first half and the second quarter particularly. I actually don't have that number, but I do have the second quarter being the highest scoring quarter as well.
What was the price you got on it?
I think it was plus 165.
Okay.
Because it is the favorite.
Yeah, second quarter is always going to be the favorite because at the end of the half, there's going to be automatically a team trying to at least get 3 on the board at the end of the half. Does it always work out? Not always, but that's the case.
But you have some, do you want to give out some of your out of the box ones?
Well, I don't know about out of the box ones, but I always take, I know it's not the greatest of bets, but I always take each team to convert their first third down. This year, both plus prices, plus 105 was what I saw. That's, again, get yourself into about a 3rd and 3. Take my chances on that.
With these two teams, yeah.
Inevitably, we'll get a 3rd and 17, which will be a whole lot of fun. On that, I bet Kansas City score first quarter touchdown. Actually, that was one that I bet. We know the discussion of Andy Reid's game script is as good as anyone's ever. Period. In National Football League history, I got a plus a quarter on that, which I feel like that's probably about right. Maybe $1.30, $1.35. You could have gone with maybe on that. But that was one that I thought was okay. It's a whole lot of fun, Alex. So we talked about this at the we talked about these type of props where we go, everyone loves scoring the first touchdown of the game. But what about if we just specify here? Sean, if we have them 4201 through 4211, which is the player to score the first 49er touchdown. Okay. So all I'll say here is with these type of markets, I think there's only 2 ways to possibly play this. You either take McCaffrey as the favorite or you throw a dart.
I agree.
I think those are the only, those are the ways that I would look to play it. And I went the dart route because I, of course, am one of the few people on planet Earth to bet McCaffrey not to score a touchdown in this game. I got plus 220 on that. Kyle Juszczyk, who, by the way, is a little more beloved than I would like in this this market, the way that it went. Remember, Juszczyk scored a touchdown, the first 49er touchdown in the Super Bowl when these two teams played in Miami back in Super Bowl 54.
Right.
I wish I was getting the same price I was getting with Ray McLeod, which is 30-1. I wish I was getting something north of that. I also don't hate a dart on Jawan Jennings if you want to take one of those darts at 25-1. I don't mind if you take that, but Juszczyk at 25-1, I couldn't help myself, Alex.
I don't blame you. I think you're right. Either Christian McCaffrey or you're throwing a dart here, but I do think if you're going to bet anytime touchdown for McCaffrey, instead of laying all that juice, I think it's almost worth taking him here to score first.
Take the first one?
For the 49ers, yes.
Well, do you think that just because if he's going to score, he's going to score early in this game, Alex, or do you just want to avoid taking, having a lay? I mean, you're laying over $2
You're right.
At this point.
Right, but I mean, you can tie that up. I know, so I will just say we don't normally do same game parlays because there is no value and the books hold a lot in those. But if we're doing it for the Super Bowl, I wouldn't mind tying up Christian McCaffrey anytime touchdown with some couple other props that you like or player receptions or receiving yards there. So in that sense, I think minus 220 for an anytime touchdown is a little too high.
By the way, all my darts on the Kansas City side involve Marquez, except for the Mahomes reception. So to catch a pass, obviously. I got 12-1 on that, by the way, for Mahomes to catch a pass in this game, which be very sad if we get like one of those screen passes that ends up being ruled a lateral. That'd be very, very sad.
I feel like my prop bets are so boring. I'm on Patrick Mahomes to throw an interception. No.
You bet the no. Okay.
Yes, 3-2-6-4. So
what was the price you got on that?
plus 105.
Okay. So.
And that's why
that's it.
If you're getting plus money with Patrick Mahomes not to throw an interception.
Yeah, so you did well on that because it's flipped here, where the yes is now minus 105 and the no is minus 115. The way that market's gone this week is the Mahomes no has been bet. The Purdy yes interception, that I think opened minus 105 and it was up to minus 135 at some shops this morning when I looked. So it's been the complete opposite.
So I wonder what we're getting plus money with Purdy to not throw an interception.
Yeah, I wouldn't take the no on that. Personally, I wouldn't. This is the type of defense that I think. Again, I'm minus 150 now behind us, so it's even been hit further in the last hour. It's juicy to see the plus 130, but I don't see it. I think Purdy getting confused in this game and throwing more. I'd rather have over 1.5 interceptions than under a half, personally, on Purdy. Now, I'm not going to bet either of them, but that would be the way that I would look at that. I will say, here's one that I bet. Okay, Super Bowl. I brought this up with Chris on Friday. Chris and Vinny. I'll give credit to Jay Cornegay and the crew over at the Westgate for this. Final score to have occurred in a past Super Bowl.
Okay.
Is the final score of this game. And I bet 4-1, yes. Now
4-1, yes.
So I don't know what the right price would be on that. Now, if you look through the history of the game, okay, there are not many repeats. 27-17 is a repeat. 20-17 is a repeat. 21-27 is a repeat. Like, there are very few repeats in the history of this game. But I thought 4-1 was a reasonable price, especially where I think my projected final is 27-17. So that's what that's the reason I like that. I also like 24-20 are the two scores that I think more likely than not this thing lands. So they'll get it under, by the way. I guess I should take exactly 44 points since I just said that.
Just gave two projected scores that landed at the same number.
Yeah, that's not that easy to get that. Maybe I should find that somewhere. Exact amount of points a game, 44.
So we do have to bring up one cross-sport bet that I find very intriguing now.
Please.
It wasn't as interesting earlier in the week when Matt Neverett and I were on Sports by the Book, and we kind of broke down as many as we could. But there is a Caitlin Clark prop out there, and it is her total points plus 3.5 versus Travis Kelce first half yards. So it's 3.493 here at South Point. Sean already beat me to it. But Caitlin Clark is playing to beat the scoring record. She is 39 points away from Kelsey Plum's record. And I think she's going to go off today, especially knowing that she has a chance to beat it. I think her teammates are going to feed her the ball, whether she even needs that or not. She's amazing. But the last time she played against Nebraska, she had 38 points, so one away. What do you think about that? You're getting 3.5. It's her entire game versus Travis Kelce first half.
The number I want nothing to do with.
So he would, think about it, 40 yards in the first half.
Yeah,
But I do see him scripted
early. So here's the counter to this. If you're Nebraska today, which is the opponent for Iowa,
okay.
Don't you just throw double? Like, aren't you doing the triangle and two with the two people on one? Just on Clark. Like, aren't you doing everything in your power to at least hold her down so she doesn't score the record on you? Now, may not matter because Clark is one of the best, if not the best, collegiate women's basketball player that we have ever seen. And that's no disrespect to some of the greats that we've seen. Two of them play in Las Vegas right now, and AJ Wilson and Kelsey Plum.
Right.
Of course, going back in the day, Cheryl Miller, Styles, Cheryl Swoops. Like there are plenty of Elisa Leslie. I mean, there's plenty of great players, but I don't know. It's just
But how funny is that these two going head to head? Because what you just said, everybody says that about Travis Kelce. Why don't we double team Travis Kelce? Why don't we slow down Travis Kelce between, the Ravens and the Bills? And it's like they're trying, just like they're going to try here with Caitlin Clark. But I don't know. I just think it's a very interesting prop here that they put up.
I mean, look, the Iowa women put 111 on Penn State earlier in the week. So, and even though it was Hannah Skulke who scored 47 in that game. Imagine two players in one season with 40 plus. That's what Iowa women's basketball have done so far this year. The last thing before we get to a quick break, and then Danny Burke will join us. I bet too many Valdez-Scantling props, which is a dangerous game for me. But and too many people it feels like too many people are on it. It's just, to me, we're 19.5 on his receiving yards. Over longest reception over 14.5. I just feel like we have to hit 125-yard play, and most of these get through. I did bet over 1.5 receptions, which is a little bit dangerous because he could very easily end up with 1 for 22, 1 for 17, something in that pocket where it'd be good on the longest reception but wouldn't be good on the other one. Someone on Kansas City we do not expect is going to have a big game. I just don't know if it's him or Watson or Gray. One of those three guys is going to have a bigger game than expected.
Completely agree.
I'm taking my shot that it's going to be Valdez-Scantling. Of course, probably by my luck, Valdez-Scantling will turn back into the guy he's been all year with the dropsies. By the way, Kadarius Toney's going to be a healthy scratch today for Kansas City, which I think that makes the most sense. That offense has gotten significantly more consistent since Toney's been taken out of the lineup, whether due to injury or other the birth of his child that came around that Baltimore game a few weeks ago. All right, we're going to take a quick break. When we get back, our guy, DB, Danny Burke, will join us. He has a few props to get to, including a lot of run-based props for our guy, DB. That's next. Sports by the Book, South Point Studio.
Once you've satisfied your hunger, get ready for more of the hottest casino games in Vegas. Our 24-hour, 30-table non-smoking poker room proudly hosts all the most popular poker games with a variety of betting limits. Visit the poker room for a schedule of daily tournaments. Whether you're going to hold 'em or fold 'em, the best place for poker is at South Point Casino. You'll notice that our craps tables are usually the loudest in the casino. If you've never played, join one of our free craps lessons to find out what makes this game so exciting. Check with the craps dealer for schedules and give it a roll. Bingo is also an exciting way to spend your time. We offer 7 sessions of bingo every day. And each session includes a cash ball jackpot, 12 bingo games, a progressive double action game, and a $10,000 bonus coverall. Electronic units are available. If you haven't played bingo with us, give it a try today. Guests can also get in on the action at our one-of-a-kind race and sports books. 2 separate rooms designed to maximize your experience and comfort. Our sports book, with over 400 seats, puts you right in the middle of the action, 24 hours a day. The friendly ticket writers are happy to help, and it's conveniently located next to the famous Del Mar Deli, where you'll find supersized portions of delicious deli items like roast beef, pastrami, and Reuben sandwiches, or soups, salads, and pizza, plus spectacular desserts fit for a king. And right next door is the race book, over 150 seats, each with its own TV screen. There are 16 interactive player terminals, so you can bet right from your seat.
Welcome back in. It's still, after this week where it's been rain and it is a little blustery here in Vegas, a nice Nice day. There's the shot of Allegiant Stadium and all that traffic on Russell, right? That's Russell right there going towards Las Vegas Boulevard right now. If you're going away from Las Vegas Boulevard, you're having a nice time of it. I will say, Alex, both of us actually were down on the Strip yesterday. It was a zoo, to put it politely.
So much fun, though.
Oh yeah. Hey, look, it's there is, as Vinny has said, there is no place in the country that puts on an event like Las Vegas. And the biggest event in the country is here. And it will not be the last time that Las Vegas has a Super Bowl. Six Super Bowls from now. Super Bowl 64. Get ready for it, Alex. Feel pretty good that it'll be here. Either that or Super Bowl 63.
Well, and these two fan bases, they travel so well. So I think that was the most fun part for me, walking around the Strip, red everywhere.
So, it was interesting, too, because I'm not stunned the Niners fans came in droves. Easy trip, a lot of money for people in the Bay Area for the most part. Chief fans, not a shock either. Pretty easy flight, added flight. There were a bunch of added flights from KC. Not much of a shock, though. Again, not the best matchup for Raiders fans where you get the Niners and the Chiefs in the Super Bowl. But, hey, it's as good of a matchup as you could have asked for. I think Niners, any one of those top three teams in the AFC would have done pretty well, even though, again, I said this to my wife yesterday. If the Lions had held that game against the Niners, it might have been 100 times crazier down there because of pretty much the entire city of Detroit would have found its way to Las Vegas.
Absolutely.
If the Lions had found a way to hold that game against San Francisco. All right, joining us now, our good friend, betting analyst. You can find his work at BurksBeat.com, Burks Beat Podcast. Our guy, DB, Danny Burke, joins us right now. Good morning, Danny.
Good morning, guys. Appreciate you having me on. And love getting that Super Bowl action in. It's finally one of those feelings where we can breathe a sigh of relief, right? I mean, we've been talking about this for 2 weeks, finally here. I'm sure you guys are finally ready for it to get kicked off, as will everybody else be there on the Strip. Jealous of you guys, though. It looks like a blast from everything I've seen, from all the mayhem that's gone on. It looks like a lot of fun.
It's been an interesting week here. Yesterday was the first day. It's like, all right, this feels like New Year's Eve, but a little less. It was actually a little less sloppiness than New Year's Eve, but it definitely kind of had that feel yesterday walking around Las Vegas Boulevard. And honestly, walking around the property this morning, it's always crowded on Super Bowl Sunday, but I think we'll have some extra juice with the game here. All right, let's dive into this, buddy. I want to start. You sent us your props. I want to start with the one that's at the bottom of the list that you sent us because, this is an interesting one, and I think it's actually, even though you're laying almost $2 here on this, Danny, I actually like this bet as I see this more. You have both teams to record a field goal here at minus 180. What went into making that bet for you?
So when I've been scavenging through these props, which again has been a 2-week process, just looking at each and every book available to me here in Illinois, and they do a good job of offering these unique props. And I was thinking how I thought this game would go down, and I do think it is going to be lower scoring. I think field goals are probably going to come in a more heavy amount than we've been accustomed to seeing with these teams. But I couldn't get there on the over 3.5 total field goals made. I know it was about anywhere from plus 110 to plus 130. And then I also considered going Bucker over 1.5 field goals made. He's at minus 115 at best. And Moody scares you a little bit, right? So that also kind of took me off the 3.5, despite it being plus money and kind of attractive. But again, you have a Kansas City defense that has been tremendous and a main reason why they've been able to get this far with the inconsistencies they've had offensively. Yes, Patrick Mahomes has been great, but they've hit lulls. And that also coincides with, yes, the 49ers defense, especially against the run, has had issues, but they'll probably be able to hang strong at some capacity, which will limit Kansas City's offense, thus setting up the Chiefs. And one of the best field goal kickers, Harrison Butker, for a field goal opportunity. And he's been dynamite this year. He's 33 of 35 on his field goal attempts, 7 of 7 in the postseason. Now, again, Moody, the young kicker, does give you some worry. But again, I'm thinking he probably could have about a couple attempts here. And you're right. So DraftKings had the minus 180, the only book that I saw. And it is a steep lay. I get it. I just laid the flat unit to win about 0.56 units on it. But I feel better doing that with more comfort than having to bank on these guys actually getting 4 field goals throughout the game, which, yes, I think there is a great chance that that occurs. But I think this just sets up for a way more viable path, despite it obviously having the steeper juice. So you look at what they've done throughout this postseason, through the regular season, the averages are that they're getting at least over a field goal per game. I'm not going to go into all of that. But, yeah, I mean, it's a little odd one, but I'm kind of happy I found this, hopefully, diamond in the rough, because they were the only book that had that one, Jeff.
Where was that at, Danny?
So that was at DraftKings. They offered it. Everywhere else just had like the Bucker, the Moody ones, and the team total both combined at 3.5. But yeah, for 1+, they were the only book that offered it.
I love it because I was trying to find a way to bet the field goals as well. I thought it was a little bit too much juice on Butker as well. But there's another prop that you bet with both teams doing something in the game. Can you get into that one as well?
Yeah, so the other one that I did was both teams to record 1+ rushing touchdown. So just need 1 rushing touchdown from each team throughout the entirety of this game. We know how dominant Christian McCaffrey has been. He's recorded 2 rushing touchdowns in both postseason games for the 49ers this year. 14 total rushing touchdowns in 18 games this whole season. And Kansas City's run defense really is not that strong whatsoever. We know the 49ers don't have a strong run defense themselves. I'll get into that momentarily. But the Chiefs have had issues there too. Where they thrive is in the secondary, which may cause issues for Brock Purdy. And he's going to have to rely on Christian McCaffrey a ton, as he usually does. But yes, they look to lead on Christian McCaffrey in the red zone. So yeah, I feel pretty certain that Christian McCaffrey will once again find his way into the end zone via a handoff. And then you look at Kansas City, Isaiah Pacheco going against a weaker run defense in San Francisco. Just allowed 3 rushing touchdowns to the Detroit Lions the last game, bottom half in terms of rush EPA defensively. And I think that's going to persist, which coincides with the prop we'll also get into momentarily. Pacheco's gotten a rushing touchdown in all 3 of the postseason games thus far. And when you look at both of these individual players rushing touchdown, so anytime touchdown score, Pacheco at best is like -130 or higher. McCaffrey's at best maybe -$2. So instead of laying steeper prices for something that I do think happens, why not combine them together, get it at a plus money price, and still allows me the opportunity, if it isn't Pacheco, if it isn't McCaffrey, maybe it's a backup running back, maybe it's a receiver, maybe it's a quarterback, you also still can cash as long as it's a rushing touchdown. So I thought that was a good price for that prop as well.
Maybe it'll be Kyle Juszczyk. You never know these days, Alex White. You never know. Danny, Danny, just flipping it. Man, you really love the running backs in this game. I mean, Danny Burke wanting to establish the run. Look at this guy. So let's go to Pacheco here. And you know what? I can't really disagree with this. And I know Adam Chernoff was actually a little bit opposite of this when we had him earlier this morning. I really do feel like that if Kansas City controls this game, Pacheco's going to have a big game. Now, I ended up not betting it. I didn't take it early enough. Danny didn't care here with his number that he's on. He's on over 68.5 rushing yards with Pacheco, where, look, I still think you're probably good up until, well, maybe not now at 71.5 because that's gotten a little bit out of control. But if you were still in the 60s, I still think you're okay like you were there, Danny.
Yeah, and I've been saying the past couple weeks I'd probably play it up to 70.5 at the highest. So I'm with you right now at 71.5. It's not as tempting. I know you may think 1.5 yards doesn't make that big a difference, but if you fall short by that 1.5 yards, I'm telling you, it will make that difference. But you're right, exactly. So you say that, and then in hindsight, you'll regret it. But look, in the playoffs, Pacheco's averaging 85 rushing yards on 21 rushing attempts this season, or in the postseason in these 3 games. But it's not even just the playoffs, as you guys very well know, that the Chiefs have been relying on Pacheco. He's been a main focal point of this offense. It's a more balanced attack, and they need to be because they don't have those star receiving weapons that we've been accustomed to Patrick Mahomes having. And again, we talk about the San Francisco run defense. Guys are 26 in rush EPA. That's how they finished the regular season, 24th in rush success rate. Throughout the 2 postseason games, being against the Lions and the Packers, they've surrendered 5.6 yards per carry to those opposing tailbacks. Montgomery got 93 rushing yards on 15 carries. Aaron Jones, 18 carries for 108 rushing yards. And I agree with what you said, Jeff. If Kansas City is in control of this game, which at some point I do believe they will be, that's going to emphasize Isaiah Pacheco even more so. And Patrick Mahomes has been so good at being delicate with the ball. I know people like the under interceptions prop, but that also kind of goes into the offensive game plan. You would think of not trying to turn the ball over, keeping it slow, keeping the ball out of what's been the best offense in the National Football League, the 49ers. How do you do that? Give it to one of your more efficient players, Isaiah Pacheco, grind the weaker part of your opposition's defense, and pad some of those stats for Isaiah Pacheco. So that's why I like him over his rushing yards at 68.5.
Danny, it's been 2 most of the week. It is now down Niners minus 1.5 here at South Point. What are you doing with the side today?
So it took me about a week to finally make my decision with the side. And what I did is took Kansas City plus 2.5 at minus 115. Now, it's not a direct hedge. Don't get me wrong. Objectively, I like Kansas City, but I also took McCaffrey plus 650, Super Bowl MVP before conference championship weekend. So I'm hoping if Kansas City doesn't win, that we can cash Christian McCaffrey and he can be a big contributor to the 49ers. But again, taking that out of the equation, I still do think Kansas City is the better team. Look, you obviously have the quarterback advantage. You have the experience advantage with the quarterback and a lot of other positions. I think the head coaching battle can be determined as a wash. Maybe Kyle Shanahan, because of what's happened in his postseason tenures, has fallen short. Maybe you still give a slight nod to Andy Reid. Defense, this is the biggest difference in why Kansas City has been able to overcome adversity. You give the nod to Kansas City because of how tremendous that secondary especially has been. They're also a lot better in special teams. DVOA-wise, bottom tier are the San Francisco 49ers. Top 10 is Kansas City. And guys, I know everybody's been saying it, but really it just comes down to that quarterback battle. You saw Brock Purdy when he faced 2 top 5 defenses this year, absolutely struggled. Against the Cleveland Browns, win 12 of 27 for just $125. Then when he went up against the Baltimore Ravens, no touchdowns, 4 interceptions. Otherwise, you look back at their schedule, it really wasn't that daunting. So the 2 times he's faced a ferocious secondary like you will today in Kansas City, he has faltered. And now you're on the biggest stage possible. And no disrespect to Purdy, I've been a bigger fan of him than most people, but I just don't think he's going to be able to live up to that hype, and he's going to fall victim once again. So that all leads me to Kansas City plus 2.5 today, guys.
Well, Danny, you do have one thing to counter what you just said there. If the Niners do win, you are sitting on a pretty good price on Christian McCaffrey. When did you place that plus 650? Did you end up placing that before the NFC title game?
Yeah, so that's when I got it. And, you know, I had been debating the week before as well and could have got better at about plus 850. But it was funny while watching that game, of course, against the Packers. I'm like, you know what? It's probably a good thing that I held off because both of these games we thought San Francisco was going to lose. But yeah, it was before the conference championship game and snagged him at plus 650. And honestly, I thought he was going to drop more. I know you could get him at like plus 430 leading up into this game. So I thought he was going to be lower, but still a little bit better than $2 is what I got. So I'll take that. And yeah, I mean, as you pretty much know, based on the run defense for Kansas City and what we've seen out of CMC all year, I think if the 49ers are going to have success like we've seen this season, a lot of it will be because of none other than Christian McCaffrey.
Danny, if we end up with let's just say we end up with a non-quarterback or non-McCaffrey or Kelsey MVP. I'm putting you on the spot here. So no Kelsey, no McCaffrey, no quarterbacks. Who's the quote unquote longer shot here that would be the MVP if it's not one of those 4? Now, if it was those 4 versus the field, the yes on those 4 would just be so absurdly high, and I'd still would probably lay the yes in all honesty on those 4. But if you had to pick someone other than those 4, so no Kelsey, no CMC, and no quarterbacks, who would you take?
Well, you got to think of it this way. It can't be really anybody from the receiving core of Kansas City because that just benefits the case for Patrick Mahomes. So I still even wouldn't love the idea of doing Travis Kelce, but what I'm getting to is I wouldn't do a guy like Rashee Rice. defensively, the fact that we saw Aaron Donald not get it a couple years ago, which I'm still salty about, it doesn't give me really any incentive to want to go on someone like Chris Jones or somebody like that, right? So I think you have to narrow it down to the San Francisco 40. You could do Isaiah Pacheco. That would probably be someone I would do for Kansas City if I had to. But for a little bit better price, what people have been talking about would be Deebo Samuel. And then you could dispute that and go, well, you just said don't do receivers because a quarterback would get it. Sure, but as we know, Deebo Samuel is utilized in so many different ways, whether it be on those swing routes, whether he's getting handoffs, so many ways you can put him in the mix, which would give him an advantage over someone like a Brandon Ayuk, like someone such as a George Kittle. So everybody's been saying it. I know it's a popular long shot, along with Harrison Butker, which is pretty funny. Yeah. But Deebo Samuel would probably have to be that guy if it's not going to be one of the obvious contenders.
All right, the important question here. What's your favorite Super Bowl appetizer or meal in general?
Ooh.
Our girl Ann back here, she says she can't watch the Super Bowl without wings. Do you have something like that?
I agree with the wings. That's a great call. If we're going outside of the wings, I think I'm going to say like a buffalo chicken dip, maybe spinach artichoke dip of sorts. It can't be like a basic one though, right? You got to throw a little bit of spice in there, make it a tad bit unique. But yeah, we can narrow it down to buffalo chicken dip. So I'll be having plenty of that, suffice to say.
There we go. See, there's Kitchen by the Book before we let Danny go. All right, DB, it's a pleasure as always, man. Of course, Burke's Beat is the podcast. Burke'sBeat.com is where you can find Danny's work as well. The write-ups, Danny Burke 5 on the tweets. Buddy, enjoy the game. Thanks for hanging with us this morning.
Thank you. Appreciate it as always. Enjoy it and best luck to you guys as well.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Danny.
Danny Burke, everyone. All right. So, Alex, I'm gonna pose the same question you just posed to Danny. What's your answer to that question?
When he said a spinach artichoke dip, I would definitely go there. It's funny that buffalo chicken dip is kind of good, but it's only allowed to be eaten on this day, right? If anybody makes it on other days, it's a little weird.
Wait,
but
why?
I don't know. It's an unusual mix
the
that you're
NCAA
really
tournament
putting.
exists.
Okay. But I mean, for this day, I okay it. But I'm a spinach artichoke dip for sure. What about you?
So I vary year to year.
Okay.
The last few years have been consistent wings, but I don't think that's going to be the play this year. This might be the brat year, the year of the brat for us in this one. Little
Is Margaret
Smoky,
okay with that?
Yeah.
Okay.
The little Smokies are always good.
Yeah.
Pigs in a blanket. I mean,
Okay.
I'm all in the hot dog family, obviously. Also, you have as always,
Yeah.
right here.
I'll be here, so I might have a $1.50
hot dogs at the South Point. As we know, all the preparation, the ketchup, the mustard, unveiled, getting ready to be served onto that. How many? You know what? I don't know. I don't know how many. I don't know how many hot dogs the expectation is today.
That's
When
a great
Vinny comes in
question.
about 15 minutes, we have to ask Vinny what the total is set at for total hot dogs. Do we make it? I guess it would be sold here today, because all those hot dogs that are getting sold at the cart are getting consumed within about a minute and a half.
That's right. And they have carts not just here, but throughout the property, right? Maybe an exhibition or the ballroom where there'll
be plenty of food options upstairs, and good food options and cheap, affordable food options, which keyword affordable. And that's not a common word here today here in town. But everything here at the South Point, fair, great sports book behind us, which, by the way, the line continues. The lines are all the way back at the deli now. So if you want to get your bets in, get here sooner rather than later. Because if you show up at 1 o'clock, you'll wait a long time. If you show up at 3 o'clock, you're gonna be word I can't say on the air, out of luck at that point. So get here sooner rather than later. Free parking as well as always. Expected over 7,000 people on property watching this game here today. As Vinny said, listen on that. Just want to say one other thing too before we get into some more props here. Just This week has been the culmination for us of our first football season on the air here in this new look South Point studio, and we would not be here without all of you watching us. Big thanks, of course, to Michael Gahn for allowing us to be here. Big thanks to everyone at the team and leadership here at South Point. Of course, Chris, Vinny, Jimmy, everyone at the sportsbook as well, allowing us to be here. It's been a lot of fun. I know I speak for you on that as well, Alex. But this culminates what has been a fun ride here.
Yes.
We're only gonna get stronger. That's all I gotta say, Alex.
And to the marketing team and everybody who has helped support us and
Yes.
push out our stuff, and to all of our Pittsburgh subscribers, we probably would only have half as many without you, so we have to thank them too.
When do we never pulling out the whiteboard on the Pittsburgh mentions? You got to put another tally on that,
Yep.
man. When do we send? There we go. When do we send Frankfurt a remote show from the Steel City? See, I got around it there, Matt. When is that happening? Right from the hill. And we got to ask Jerry. Jerry, by the way, I hope Jerry enjoyed himself this week. That's all I have to say.
Well, he was writing on the live chat on punchlines a lot, so I hope that
Jerry,
he enjoyed
you weren't even in
himself too,
town.
but he
You're
wasn't-
supposed to not be writing on the
He
punchline
wasn't supposed to be
thing.
working, and he couldn't help himself.
No, I know. Jerry, well earned. Remember the support employee of the year, Jerry
Yes.
Trevino, here at the South Point from a year ago.
Well
All right,
deserved.
I want to go back to some props. Did you have any other cross sports? Because I know you mentioned you like betting those from time to time.
Yeah, I like betting them from time to time. I didn't see anything. The hockey one that we had today, I didn't love. So really, just Caitlin Clark sparked my interest. But we could definitely go into more props. I love that both of those props that Danny just gave out. The one plus field goal for both teams. I wish that we had that, but we don't have DraftKings, of course. And then both teams to score a rushing touchdown. I like that as well. I did take Kansas City to score a rushing touchdown in the first half. Kind of a little trail from our producer, Ryan McCormick. Gave it out on punchlines. I like that one a lot too. So, yeah, we need this game to start, Jeff, because my list is just, it's been growing all week.
I nearly bet again. The list of mine. There's the almost famous list of props that I considered, but ended up not playing. I didn't like the price good enough. It's part of the reason I didn't play it. One shop in town had both teams to score a rushing and a passing touchdown. I didn't think I was getting the right price on it. That's part of the reason I didn't bet it. I actually don't mind that if you can get the right price. I saw plus 260.
Okay.
I don't know if that was a good enough price. I thought it should have been closer to 3.
Yeah.
Than that 3 to 1 plus 300, whatever moniker you want to call it. Yeah, I just didn't think it was a good enough price on that. Again, there's a lot of things that you can go with on this day. There's roughly thousands upon thousands out here on this. All right, Alex, I want to go to the first touchdown market. Just in general, the first touchdown of the game, 41-61 to 41-80 there, Sean, in this one. Now, not a shock that Christian McCaffrey has been the favorite all week in this. And, you know what, it kind of goes back to what we were saying about just the individual team first touchdown props, where I kind of play the same way, where you're either just going to take the favorite and hope McCaffrey and the Niners get the ball first and go down and McCaffrey's the one who punches it in right away, or you're throwing darts. Which then brings me back to Marquez Valdez-Scantling. I don't know why I'm all over MVS in this game. I don't know if it's just because he made that big catch at the end of the Baltimore game and the Buffalo game, but that still seems to be the way that I would look at. By the way, the one that we have on the screen that I would consider betting here, real quick, the total points scored in this game, I would consider betting that plus 450 on 36 to 42.
That's
these
exactly
bands,
what I was looking
or to
at.
43 to 49 to 3 to 1. I would be a little chalky on that, Alex.
I completely agree. That's actually one of them. When I did my same game, I tied up Chris McCaffrey anytime touchdown over 64.5 rushing yards for Isaiah Pacheco, and then over 39.5. So I like that number right there, kind of in between that 36 and 42.
So did you just again, we talked about with Danny all those rushing props. I ended up, like I said, passing on the Pacheco props just because the number got out of control too late.
Yeah, no, I jumped on it early because, I mean, we've seen what a huge piece of their offense he has been, and I think they're going to try and establish their run early, whether they do or not will be seen. But I got 65.5. I thought that was a pretty good number. And truth be told, Jeff, I didn't go full on script like I normally do. I am spread out a little bit. So I have over passing yards for Brock Purdy, but I don't necessarily have the Niners playing from behind. It was more of just his median and how much they do throw the ball and him getting there. So I'm a little spread out just in case, so I can't get completely burned like a past year that I have had.
Other props, Alex, that you're looking at today.
So I did also follow that Brock Purdy that Adam Chernoff gave out under 12.5 rushing yards. I think he makes a great point. With this line, I don't know if I have the number for them on this one.
Just I'll pull it while you're still breaking it down.
The last 4 games, this number closed at 5.5 rushing yards for Brock Purdy. Adam mentioned it. No designed or called runs by Shanahan. We saw that he can use his legs, and he did that in the last few games. But again, if I don't have them playing from behind or scrambling too much, I don't think Brock Purdy is going to need to here. So I think 12.5 is just too high of a number for him. I mean, he could always take off and hit that in one run. I know that is always on the table, but I like that under. I did take Noah Gray over 11.5 yards. That is 3.475. Gave out this earlier in the week. His median on the year is 16.5. And then the main thing is the amount of sets that Andy Reid has had with 2 tight ends. So you said another player will get involved in this game heavy for the Chiefs side, and I think Noah Gray could be that guy.
There's going to be one guy who's in there for this game where we don't know which auxiliary piece for Kansas City. Again, I'm taking the shot that it's MVS.
Yeah.
And like I said,
it's okay. You're not alone.
It's one of 3. It's one of 3 guys that it feels like are going that are off the radar. Not Rice, not Pacheco, not Kelsey. It is Watson. It is Gray. It is Valdez-Scantling. Those are the 3 names that I would look at where you pick one of them and you just take your shots there. And then, in all honesty, if you want to play the under, if you went MVS over and Watson's unders or vice versa, I wouldn't have a problem with that. Gray's a little bit trickier because he plays a different position, even though he's a pass catcher. Again, get these guys throwing the ball. Get Noah Gray throwing a pass so I can get over 2.5 players to attempt the pass and over 2.5 players to complete a pass in this game.
Get him to throw it to Mahomes and you knock out 2.
Yes, there we go. That's perfect, actually. If Travis Kelce throws it to Mahomes and we win 2 bets at one time, that's always – I love when that happens when we bet the Super Bowl, when we win two things at once, which can happen more time. Hey, look, it happens more often than you would expect in the Super Bowl. As we are inching closer here, as we're getting closer to the game at the 10 o'clock Pacific hour, just about 5.5 hours from when this game kicks off, Alex.
Any skill players for you on the Niners side? Because you haven't really mentioned much. I've heard a lot of people are kind of going under in Brandon Ayuk.
I didn't do much of anything on the Niners skill position side. I thought the Ayuk numbers were good. The Kittle numbers I didn't really look at much because Kittle feels like one of 2 things are going to happen. Either Kittle's going to have a monster game and he's going to blast through everything, or he's going to do nothing. I think that's just too high variance for Kittle in this game, where I'm just I didn't want anything to do with it. Ayuk right now at 61.5 receiving yards here at the South Point. I did have some Debo stuff on my initial list, but then took it off because we're both sitting on that 60-1, where if Debo has a big game and it all goes over, we might accidentally back into it.
Right. That's what I did exactly with
but
him.
normally I do have like skill position guys on both sides. I stayed off for the most part. The only skill position, you'll enjoy this, the only skill position related bets for the Niners I have, 2 of them are on use check, and 1 of them is the McCaffrey not to score. So I'm totally against the grain when it comes to the skill position players on the Niners side. By the way, I bet Kelsey over his receiving yards. I did do that. That's one thing on the KC side where I do have 2 receivers over their total, which is a little bit contradictory because you really want to not pick more than 1 guy on a team. Granted, Valdes-Scantling's number is so low. That's part of the reason that I feel a little bit comfortable with that. I took over 71.5, which is exactly what it is right now here at the South Point, Alex.
Okay, I don't mind it at all. I really think that they're going to get Travis Kelce involved very early in the game, and then Niners may be able to find an answer for him in the second half. So, yeah, I don't mind that one. Hopefully he scores in the first half so I can cash one as well.
Well, we'll see how it all plays out. Again, we are right now 5.5 hours from kick here in Las Vegas for Super Bowl 58. When we get back, our guy Vinny Magliulo, see how his voice is doing today, see if he's channeling Marlon Brando or not. We'll be back with more Sports by the Book, South Point Studio.
We have 11 amazing restaurants featuring a wide variety for every price range and appetite. South Point's Garden Buffet has something for everyone at unbeatable prices. Or, if hunger strikes in the middle of the night, join us at Coronado Cafe. The American menu offers breakfast, lunch, or dinner 24 hours a day, plus a Chinese kitchen for authentic Chinese dishes from 11 a.m. to 11 p.m. From steak and eggs to wonton soup, it's fast and friendly service 24/7. When you need a quick pick-me-up, you can find it at our state-of-the-art Starbucks just inside the main South Point entrance. Order ahead with the Starbucks app for easy mobile order pickups. Or enjoy your favorites in the relaxing dining area anytime, day or night. If you love Mexican food, Baja Miguel's has all of your south of the border favorites. There are dozens of classics to choose from, like fajitas, ceviche, chimichangas, tacos, and more. And for spirit lovers, Baja's colorful non-smoking tequila bar is right outside. Or maybe you're in the mood for seafood. Big Sur Oyster Bar has fresh seafood prepared right before your eyes. Savor freshly shucked oysters, crab legs jambalaya, shrimp and lobster. Beers on tap and a selection of fine wines are perfect to pair with your seafood favorite. Whether lunch or dinner, you'll love this fun atmosphere, located just off the casino floor. Ready to shake things up? Step back in time and treat yourself to one of the oldest restaurant chains in the country. Steak and Shake, famous for original mouth-watering steak burgers and hand-dipped milkshakes in a variety of flavors. For some old-fashioned fun, try Steak and Shake.
I guess they finally shut Russell down going towards the Strip. Clear day in Las Vegas. We're happy to be with you as always. The festivities getting rolling closer to Allegiant Stadium. The festivities going already. See, if you haven't gotten your seat yet in the South Point Sportsbook, you might be a little bit out of luck at this point. At this point here, 10:03 Pacific time here on Super Sunday, February 11th here in 2024. Super Bowl 58 in Las Vegas, Nevada. How about that sentence I just said? I'm Jeff Parles. Alex White is here. Vinny Magliulo.
Good morning. How's everybody? My voice is coming back.
A little bit.
Look
Look,
out.
it's been a...
By the way, if you haven't gotten your seat yet, don't forget the parties
Yes, plenty.
open
Upstairs.
Viewing throughout the South Point. Again, on the casino floor and in our ballroom, in our event center. So we'll accommodate over 7,000. And a couple of other traditions. You were asking about the hot dog cart.
Yeah.
Hot dog cart will go over, probably over 3,000 by itself today. And if you take the property into consideration, you want to parlay that to the rest of the property, man, got to be closer to 10. So, yeah.
I'm surprised it's that low, honestly. Actually.
Okay, well, then take the value and go over.
I know.
There
I
you
don't
go.
know. Look, I might have this. Vinny, this is one of those where I can bet the number and actually get involved and help out the number.
You can. You can move the number. That's right. You can have a vested interest.
Yeah, I have vested interest. I'll go up there. I'll take 3. Come back 30 minutes later. 3 more. Let's go. We'll pull a Joey Chestnut here.
Yeah.
Lead as many as we humanly can. All right,
Excellent.
Vincenz. So the biggest thing this morning.
Yes.
You moved to 1.5.
Yeah, about let's see. It's probably been
It was right at the beginning of our show.
Yeah, right at the top. Chris Andrews, we were sitting in the back and just accumulation here. You know, we've talked about how the appeal of this game to the general public, right? They have fans not only in their cities and states and regions, but across the country. So there's public opinion on both teams, but there's also professional opinion on both teams. And so it was, we moved it this morning. Let's remember, it opened 2, went down to 1, went back up to 2, and now back to 1.5, 47.5 on the total. You can't get a better price either with 105 juice on the side and the money line, -20, plus a dime, 10-cent straddle. You're not going to find a better price anywhere on the game on the side with the number or on the money line. So again, terrific business. I don't think we're going to be disappointed with the handle, and I think it's going to continue to right up until kickoff. The props very strong. Again, everything else is going to be done by then too. If you notice, the NBA, the NHL abbreviated schedules today. They will be done by kickoff. All the college basketball will be done, and all the horse racing will be done. So the focus of all the betting will be on the Super Bowl.
You guys made a good number, Vinny, clearly. I mean, we've seen it stay relatively right there for 2 weeks, and including that total, 47.5. Are you still anticipating we'll get some public over money here late?
Yeah, the majority of the parlays with the public, Alex, are to the over. I mean, again, public loves points. And we talked about it, too, because these are 2 very popular, not only popular teams, but they have popular players that people follow all year long, whether it's, with fantasy or whatever, So they do tend to gravitate towards the over. So more seasoned bettors, though, that's where the difference is. The public is on the over. Professionals are on the under. For the sides, we've seen public and professionals on both. So there's, in terms of the teams themselves, in terms of the point spread and the money line.
Prop wise,
yes,
we've talked about it the last 12 days now, and now that we're here, and again, there's still 5 and change to go before this game starts. Now, Vinny, spiraling towards a record on the props here, I would imagine, based off of the conversations we were having through the week.
Yeah, let's remember the props. They include, they include the futures, and I believe we're going to get to the 200 million mark statewide, which will be a record, and that's something that we believe is very attainable. Now, depending on the property, the props can account for anywhere from 50 to 65%. In the past, we've run about 50-50. But as Chris Andrews pointed out during the week, the prop ratio was higher percentage-wise than the sides, than the game itself. So would not shock me if the props, again, including the futures, do play out to where it's they exceed and they have a bigger proportion for the statewide handle. Yeah,
Vinny, I have to ask you. I was talking about Caitlin Clark because she's 39 points away from catching Kelsey
Plum. Yeah.
Yep. What do you think she's playing today?
She
against
is
Nebraska.
in the cross sport parlays.
Yes,
Now,
she is.
I don't know. She needs how many to
39.
today? She needs 39.
And so it's her points plus 3.5 versus
Right.
Travis Kelce's first half yards.
I think there's more. So far, we've seen more support for Caitlin Clark.
Have you?
And I think Caitlin Clark's going to be, I don't think it's going to shock anybody. She's going to be shooting from the parking lot. I mean, and you know what? She can make it from there. I mean, that girl is as good a shooter as I've ever seen.
Yeah,
I mean,
she really is.
She's incredible. So there's no reason to believe that. Meanwhile, she scored. She was not the high scorer the other night.
No, Jeff brought that up.
Her teammate.
47.
47.
Yeah.
So, they can bring it, but she's not bashful, but she can back it up because she drains it. I mean, she's excellent. So, I'm sure that Kelsey Plum is rooting for our very own Kelsey Plum.
Plum had some had comments on that earlier in the week, essentially to that extent.
Yeah, I mean, she's supportive, and that's good.
Yeah.
So. By the way, I want to bring up another tradition too here at the South Point. It's a generational tradition.
Generational
tradition.
I'm all ears, Vinny.
So, in years past, Michael Gaughan, the owner of the South Point, always wrote tickets on Super Bowl Sunday. He turned that tradition over to his son, Brendan Gaughan, who's going to be in the studio, I think, right, Ann?
Yep.
Yes, we will be hearing from Brendan Gaughan.
Right over your shoulder on window 12 is Brendan Gaughan writing tickets right now, Jeff. And Alex, next to him in window 11 is John Gaughan, who is
excellent.
Michael's oldest son. This is Michael's grandson. Is writing tickets.
Very
so
cool.
It's a generational tradition here at South Point, and what a terrific family to work for, I have to tell you. As you guys know.
Yeah, and look, we're very, as I said earlier, we've been thrilled to have this opportunity to be on in the studio through the year. We've made it through a football season, which is a heck of an accomplishment. And
well, credit you both of you, Frank, certainly Ralph Sirocco, our great crew. I mean, you kids do a terrific job, and you know what, Chris, Jimmy, and I had no issues, no reservations about recommending all of you and bringing you on, and that's why you're here, and that's why you're going to continue here.
And we'll have again, Vinny. The one good thing is, even though again this is the end of a football season, and a lot of people are going to be sad because football is still king of everything in this. You got to me, and again we're comparing and contrasting events here, because after seeing the strip last night, I have never seen the only time I've seen that much just traffic in the way of cars was on New Year's Eve after before they shut down to strip the cars.
Yeah.
Foot traffic actually wasn't as bad as I thought, but I thought it was mostly because it was just cold out last night by the time it got dark.
Right.
But we're gearing up. Normally, the one sporting event that can hold its own against the Super Bowl in this town is coming in a month.
That's right.
Because March Madness, again, when you're looking at hotel prices, March Madness is as expensive of a weekend as it gets here in this town.
Yes.
And this property, and I say this without a shadow of a doubt, this property is the best place to watch the NCAA tournament. It's the best place to watch the Super Bowl, because the bang for your buck at this property compared to everywhere else in the valley now is unlike anything else. You have free parking.
That's right.
Again, 7,000 plus people in this property. Across the property upstairs is free. And for March Madness, I just got to get out in front of this because we got a lot of people watching today.
Well,
there is no better place in this city to watch March Madness than here at the South Point upstairs in the ballroom.
Listen, it's not a sales pitch. We don't need to make sales pitches. We're consistent. And Michael Gaughan, and again, when you look at Chris, Jimmy, and I, we broke in with Michael Gaughan, and again combined, it's almost 150 years, and even
a lot of years,
a couple, and even though we, between our break-in days and where we are today, back with the Gone family. Some stops along the way, but always the tradition and the aspect of providing value for people has been important. That goes back to Michael's father, Jackie Gone,
Of course.
who really had owned the majority of the properties, or had a stake in the properties in downtown Las Vegas. Put the first sports book in a casino at the Union Plaza when it opened in 1970. So, the thing about it is that those values hold true today. Again, it's not a sales pitch; it's a fact.
Yep.
The parking is free. The room rates are reasonable. All the other gaming options have value. And again, you look at in the sports book. Again, I go back to the 105 vig on the side.
Yep.
And the 10-cent straddle. Look at the props. Props start at 20 cents and go from there. So Michael's taught us those things. We continue those traditions at his direction. And again, as I mentioned, the following generations that are going to be in studio here during the course of the day, in terms of Brendan and John Jr., it's great to be a part of it. So, and the response by the guests is very strong.
Well, Vinny, we'll let you get back to work.
Okay.
As always, thank you for being with us all football season long.
Keep up the good work, both of you.
And we'll see you again. You'll be with me at noon, actually.
Yeah, I'll pop in. Yeah.
We'll get some updates again starting at noon.
Yep.
Myself and Vinny at noon. And throughout the afternoon,
Chris Andrews is going to stop by.
Chris
as well.
Andrews will stop by.
And you never know when Jimmy's going to pop in. So.
You never know.
He's on the schedule.
Brendan Gahn will pop in.
Yeah.
Matt Neverett will be here. Alex will be here. Frank will be here. Frank Nicotero, that is. Maybe even something from your dad, Kenny White.
Yeah.
Is your dad coming today?
A little bit later.
He won't be here.
Oh, via satellite.
Yeah.
Yes, via satellite.
Kenny via satellite. Okay.
Is correct.
Okay. All right.
Vinny,
Great.
pleasure as always. Thanks.
Good to be with
us.
both of you. Good job.
All right, we're going to take one last break. When we get back, we'll hear from Matt Neverett, and we'll give our final list of the props here for Super Bowl 58, Sports by the Book, South Point Studio.
If you're celebrating a special occasion or just love fine dining, you're in the right place. Come experience the crown jewel of South Point restaurants, Michael's Gourmet Room.
Welcome.
With over 600 different types of wines and magnificent dishes prepared tableside, you'll revel in the rich classic Vegas decor and the best black tie service in the world. This intimate gourmet room has earned accolades galore. Come to Michael's Gourmet Room for an unforgettable dining experience. Another famous restaurant is the Silverado Steakhouse, where you'll find the charm and service that discerning patrons require. From top quality steaks and chops to fresh seafood and desserts, you'll love the award-winning wine list and menu at Silverado Steakhouse. Steak lovers have even more options with primarily prime rib. Catering to hearty appetites, the menu features a variety of flavorful prime rib cuts, dry-aged to ensure tenderness, and then seasoned and slowly roasted. Although prime rib is our specialty, it's not the only thing on the menu. There's something for everyone. And if you're craving a taste of Italy, come experience delicious Italian cuisine and the attentive service at Don Vito's. Our culinary team starts with the freshest ingredients and transforms them into traditional favorites. And don't forget Italian desserts. Don Vito's. Savor the taste of Italy. Finally, if sushi is more your style, join us at the popular Zenshin Asian restaurant and sushi bar, where we're serving up the freshest sashimi, nigiri, and sushi rolls. And beyond the sushi, an exciting contemporary Asian cuisine menu, plus a variety of specialty drinks, Japanese and domestic beer, wine, and sake. Balance your hunger with Zenshin.
The traffic's back going towards the strip on Russell there. It really has turned out to be a very pretty day here in Las Vegas. A little brisk, but you get brisk early February here in Sin City. We are roughly just about 5 hours away from kickoff. It'll be about 5 hours from coin toss time, Alex.
That's right.
Instant gratification here in the sports book coming for that. Again, I have never been so proud of our guy, Sean, for not having a bet. No, I'm not going to be proud of you anymore, Sean. You can't do it. We're going to bring our guy Matt Neverett in a moment here, who we're going to be seeing a bunch of Matt through the afternoon here today. Again, starting at noon, we'll have updates just of where things are going. We'll hear from some guests as well. Matt will be talking with our guy Brendan Gaughan as well. We'll hear that at 1 o'clock today, correct? 1 o'clock with Brendan Gaughan and Matt Neverett, myself and Vinny at noon. Alex and Matt at 2, and then Frank Nicotero brings us home after being around town today.
Yep.
Getting some fun. Frank will bring us home at 3 o'clock here today to kick off. So a bunch of Matt, a bunch of me, a bunch of Alex here before we get rolling into the big game. Again, Chiefs and Niners. Niners 1.5-point favorites. Best money line forget just the country. How about the planet right now on San Francisco at -120 here for legal sportsbook, of course, on the 49ers at -120. All right, Alex, before we bring our guy Matt in, any final props or forever hold your peace on that?
Well, I think we have a graphic here, so let me see what I've got on there so far. So I told you got Purdy passing yards over, Purdy under 12.5 rushing yards. Noah Gray over 11.5. Isaiah Pacheco, Chiefs running back, of course, over 65.5 rushing yards. I don't think I threw this one. Christian McCaffrey, longest rush over 17.5. I did take that. Travis Kelce, first half touchdown. Team to score last wins the game. -150. It's 13-0 in the last 13 Super Bowls. Jeff's favorite, 3 unanswered scores. No, +155. And then under in sacks and Patrick Mahomes interception. No, +105. I think that's it.
My list a little longer, to say the least. But this is what happens. By the way, I even had a few that didn't even put on a list that I'm sure will end up being in there before we go.
I'm going to be here until kickoff, so
no, we'll figure it out.
Yeah.
Okay. Purdy, first pass incomplete, 2-1. I always just like taking the lesser quarterback, or if the better quarterback's price is good enough. I didn't think Mahomes' price was good enough this year on incomplete. Niners and Chiefs both to convert their first third down. Both of those +105.
like
Purdy -30 and -110 over 29.5 attempts for Purdy. Mahomes to have a reception, 12-1. Okay. McCaffrey not to score. Good. +220. How about that? Totally ridiculous there. Kelce over 71.5 receiving yards. Flat. Valdes-Scantling over 19.5 receiving yards. -110. There are some lesser numbers out there right now at elevated juice. I actually don't mind that, especially if you're getting 2 yards less at -130. I don't mind that, laying the extra 20 cents on that. Valdes-Scantling also took a dart on 50 receiving yards, 4-1 on that for MVS. Over 1.5 receptions for MVS. See, I just keep it rolling on MVS, all the MVS stuff. Scored a touchdown, yeah. I got it at 6-1. It's down to 5-1 now. Chiefs first quarter touchdown. We discussed this earlier, +125. 2.5 players over, that is, with a pass attempt, +175. Niners to convert a fourth down. Yes, I got a -110, moved to -115. Chiefs, -120 on that. Will there be a success for the same thing, fourth down conversion? Successful 2-point conversion, +145. Successful 2-point conversion, +280. What I got, that fun one with the past Super Bowls at 4-1. And then Mahomes MVP, where I got it at +160. You can even do better on that on there. And then just the darts. All those are those bottom ones, the exact points and the first reception and first touchdown on each side are 1/10 of a unit play. So very, very small. 2/10 of a unit, so a fifth. Very small on all those going through it for that. 13-20 on the Niners side, 24 and 34 on the Chiefs side, 25 on Juszczyk that had the first catch and first touchdown for the Niners. MVS 12-1 on the first reception and Chiefs touchdown. All right, well, hit those plus ones at the bottom. We'll be okay.
Yeah, very good.
All right.
I got to look at that MVP still for
Yeah, we
Mahomes.
also, I didn't include
What's
this.
plus?
We didn't include our Debo 60-1s
That's right.
that we had because those numbers are obviously long gone on that. All right, Matt Everett. Hello, good morning.
Hello, good morning.
What did you bet, buddy?
Plenty. Not quite as much as you.
Now, this is what happens on the Super Bowl. You've been around me long
Yeah,
enough to know this is
exactly.
what happens when the Super Bowl comes around.
It's just one of those things, especially now with the apps and the accounts. You just get bored. You're looking around, and people like us, we got numbers ruminating around in our heads pretty much all day, every day. So it's unavoidable at times. So if you tuned into Sports by the Book throughout the week, you might recognize most of these. I think the only one that I've added since Tuesday, and I believe I played it on Thursday, is my first one on here, the Chiefs +8 over 41.5 teaser, 6-point tease. I think this one's going to be close. I think we're all in agreement that this one very likely is going to come down to the last couple of possessions. I don't really see one team pulling away too much from the other. And, with the numbers on Mahomes as a teaser player, let alone as a dog, he has never not covered as a dog in a teaser. So I'll take that trend to continue. It's the 14th time in his career that he has been an underdog at all, third straight game in a row. So I like this one to be close. And Alex and I were kind of going back and forth on this total throughout the week, over or under. I don't think it's going to be a super high-scoring game, but I think both teams get to 20. So I think that this over, why not take a shot on the tease? And then as we go down, you can kind of get a feel of what my game script of what I think this game's going to be like. I've said it all week. I think the first half is high scoring and quick pace. I think the second half obviously slows down a little bit. So I like the second half under Chiefs as a team, 17-2 to that second half under this year. So I think that's a trend that continues. Will one quarter be scoreless? And I got this one early in the week. I did bet this one at 4-1. It was at +350 later on in the week. You might have to check the updated odds to see what it is now, because that's a number that has certainly been coming down. So I got it at 4-1. Mostly just because I think that number is a little bit elevated. I could see a third quarter being scoreless, maybe even in the first. Both teams, or rather historically, the Super Bowl starts out slowly. I don't think that is the case this year, but that one kind of a shot in the dark, as well as my last two. If you could look all the way down to the bottom, first and third quarter each to be the highest scoring. I got it at 8-1 and +650. Again, just kind of a shot in the dark, hoping that my game script is somewhat close to what is actually happening. And Jeff, what you had said with a early passing touchdown from Patrick Mahomes, or just an early touchdown at all, I've got Patrick Mahomes' first quarter touchdown pass at +180, and part of that is tied into the one right above it. What will the Chiefs do first, score or punt? Let me pull up the number here, because this is the number that I gave out throughout the week, and it stuck with me. The Chiefs have scored on their opening drive in 8 straight playoff games. That's the longest streak in the NFL since 1991. I don't see any reason why that doesn't continue, especially with Kyle Shanahan given a couple of weeks to prepare for this one. He is really, really good coming off of a bye. Both coaches, actually, as a matter of fact, really, really good. Some of the best in the history of the league when they've got extra time to game plan. Christian McCaffrey, first rush over 3.5 yards. I just don't see, with that extra time to game plan and a fully healthy offensive line, how they don't script him a play to get at least 4 to 5 yards. I wouldn't be surprised, Jeff and Alex, to see if the 49ers get the ball first, they're going to put it in McCaffrey's gut right away. I think a lot of the game comes and goes as Christian McCaffrey does, and I just think that they're going to find a way to get him 5-6 yards on his very first rush. And then the only other one, this one came with some research and a little bit of odds shopping. It's a lower line now, but I got Clyde Edwards-Helaire at Westgate under 6.5 receiving yards. And I had to go back and find the number on this one. Clyde Edwards-Helaire this season had 188 regular season receiving yards. He had 135 of them in a 3-week stretch from weeks 14 through 16. And then even now in the playoffs, he's got 7 yards on 4 catches, especially the last 2 games. He's actually got negative receiving yardage the last 2 games. I don't think that they're going to have too many check down shots, especially to the backup running back. I got Clyde Edwards-Helaire under 6.5. It was 5.5 and then down to 4.5 here at South Point. So I shopped around and got that under 6.5. And of course, that's one that could, come back to bite me on one play, but that's a risk that I'm willing to take. So those are my plays. A little bit of research went into some shots in the dark, some dart throws on others.
Well, we know more than anyone. It's those ones where you shop around and get the best number.
Oh,
right?
You're going to lose 100%. Yeah, I mean, get the best of it, no chance, right?
It's like when we're handicapping college basketball, I feel like the games that I do, hours and hours of research into don't hit at the same clip as the ones that I just throw a dart at.
Yeah, well, game's getting closer. 5 hours away, give or take. That's what we got for you here today on Sports by the Book. Alex, it's been a lot of fun through football season. You and Matt are here tomorrow. There'll be normal time at 3:00. But before that, keep it here. Keep it here at the top of each hour the rest of the day until the game starts. We'll be here at noon, 1, 2, and 3, providing updates on where the lines happen to be. You're going to hear from Brendan Gaughan. You're going to hear from me. You're going to hear from Alex. You're going to hear from Matt. You're going to hear from Vinny Maliulo. You're going to hear from Chris Andrews, Jimmy Vaccaro. You're going to hear from Kenny White as well. Who knows? May even hear from more people throughout the afternoon.
Very much more than likely. Frank Nicotero as well, popping in and out.
Well, again, Frank has been all over town, Mr. Over himself, for our guy. Forget all over town, just over in the game. Has Frank officially bet the over in this game yet, by the way?
I don't know yet.
Did he?
No, I don't know. We haven't heard his
Well, you know what?
bets yet.
That will be when
Perfect
at 3:00
tease.
when Frank is in studio, Alex, you will be asking him that question.
Perfect.
Because everyone will be waiting on bated breath for that one. All right. Been Sports by the Book today here on Super Sunday. Thank you for being with us today and all season long. And we're back at noon, 1, 2, 3, 15, 20 minutes, keeping you updated on everything that's going on with Super Bowl 58. For the crew, for Andrew, for Sean, for Ann, for our guy Matt Neverett as well, for Alex White, and also Vinny Maliulo. Big thanks to Adam Chernoff and Danny Burke for being with us today. I'm Jeff Parles. We will see you at noon here at Sports by the Book on the South Point Studio channel here on YouTube. lot of, the live shot's doing its thing. Wants to work. I don't know if it does or doesn't. 3.5 hours from kickoff at Allegiant Stadium in Las Vegas, Nevada. The Super Bowl is here. Super Bowl 58, Niners and Chiefs. Not too far from now. I'm Jeff Parles, alongside the legendary. I know you don't like when I say that, but
It's very,
it's true.
very kind.
For you and Jimmy and Chris, all of them, all you guys.
Legendary. Another word for old.
Yes, I that's why I don't usually call you that.
Thank
Vinny
you.
Magliulo is here.
Appreciate that.
Oh, look who just walked into the studio. Our guy Ralph Sirocco
Ralph
is
Sirocco's
here,
here too, because the horses are still running.
Yes. All right, there
That's
we go. So over the next few hours,
Yeah.
just going through this real quick to tell you what we have coming until kick. Vinny and I will be here. We're also going to check in with the man about town, Frank Nicotero, who's been all over Las Vegas today. Still is all over Las Vegas today, right now. We'll hear from him. We'll also, in this segment, we are going to hear from our very own Alex White,
Yes.
who interviewed her own father at the Bellagio, Kenny White. So we'll hear from Alex down at the Bellagio as well. So
Very
who
nice.
knows? Maybe Frank and Alex, maybe they ran into each other down on the Strip. You never know.
So Frank Nicotero's all over town. People want to know the over and under. There's like 6.5 Frank Nicoteros.
Ha!
So, and Frank himself bet the over.
No, I know Frank bet the. Look, it's a requirement. It doesn't matter what it
In
is.
typical Frank fashion.
Always
so
over.
the over and under of Frank Nicoteros, ladies and gentlemen. Great job, Frank. Flying around town.
So let's just talk for a few minutes here.
Yes.
Vinny fighting through it feels great,
Listen,
but the voice box just didn't want to cooperate the last.
I
3
get
days.
this every year. It's usually closer to March Madness, but thankfully I don't need my voice to take bets.
No, you do not.
So-
By the way, Brendan is still there.
Brendan gone, John gone, Jr. Yeah, we've got and Michael Gone is in the back. He's the owner of the South Point. So Michael Gone is here. So again, in great South Point and Gone family tradition, and actually, so 4 generations are represented if you include Jackie Gone, who's pictured at the sportsbook counter here. So great tradition and legacies that continue and exemplified with 105 juice, 105 on the side. So if you're looking to bet this game and the money line with only a 10-cent straddle, so you got a dime line on the money line, and in essence a dime line, 105 juice on the side itself. So terrific value as always here at South Point.
As always.
Yeah. And by the way, we did move. So about an hour ago,
yes,
a
please.
little over an hour ago, we went to 1.5 and sat there for a little while. Gentleman walked up to the window and gave Jimmy Vaccaro the opportunity to take a picture of a $110,000 ticket laying 1.5. So back to 2 here at South Point right now. And the money line holding steady, minus 20 and plus a dime. And I'll get you the, let's make sure that we've got, actually up to minus a quarter now. Minus a quarter and plus 15 cents. Again, the 10-cent straddle. So in the last hour, what that means is more 49er money has come through. Terrific two-way action overall. And thank you, Ann. Ann loves that. God love her. Ann loves when I say, especially when you and Alex are on opposite sides. There's nothing like, nothing that gets a bookmaker more excited than two-way action. So, but again, respected and public opinions on both sides of this game, because these are teams that everyone's been involved with during the course of the season, and now here they are in the Super Bowl, and that trend continues.
Oh, 100%. And again, Niners, we talked about it throughout the week leading up. There were plenty of people who asked us during the 2-week lead up, hey, surprised Kansas City's not favored. As we've talked about all year,
Yeah.
the Niners have been consistent, number 1. Number 2, maybe number 3 for a very small period of time. And if that, it was negligible between them and 2.
Yeah.
The Chiefs have been at the back end of the top 10 at times this year. And now here they are, the 2 teams remain.
Well, and the Chiefs proved themselves in the playoffs, winning 2 road games, right? So I think that came into the equation. So, look, again, we've still got, what about 3 hours? A little over 3, almost 3
hours.
3 hours. 3 hours and 25 minutes.
Vinny, most importantly, though, for some, we're about 3 hours and 20 minutes away from the coin toss.
Oh, well, yes. I mean, 3 coin toss props with only 102 juice.
You still need tails, right?
Actually, we took a pretty good sized bet a little while ago on tails. Typically we need tails.
I can't believe that. I was told tails never fails. That's what I was told.
I'm just telling you that people's instincts, they walk up to the window and they say heads. So
All right.
now, maybe listening to this and listening to us for a few years, it's changed the ratio, but typically it's pretty significant that the heads gets bet.
We'll have to find out if Frank Nicotero did end up placing a bet on tails. We'll have to figure it out. We don't know yet. Well, maybe we'll find it. Maybe we'll find it out throughout the next 3 hours.
Oh.
Frank will be. By the way, just so everyone is aware, Matt Neverett caught up with Brendan Gaughan.
Yes.
That you'll be hearing that around 1:00.
Good.
Alex's final analysis will be coming at 2:00.
Good.
Frank's final analysis will be coming at about 3:00. So you'll get my final analysis in a few moments here. Beforehand.
Very good.
We're running a relay race here, Vinny. Smartly, we're getting the guy who has the slowest feet out of the gate first with myself, and then getting to the quickest feet in Frank at the end.
Who's got the anchor?
Frank's got the anchor.
What about Ralph Sirocco? Ralph's on a thoroughbred.
We're gonna we're gonna hear from Ralph also. Time to be determined.
Okay.
This will be in the 1:00 or 2:00 hour. We'll hear from Ralph. Of course, Race Day Las Vegas, right out of the studio, 5 days a week. Here, 7 in the morning, bright and early, with our guy Sean making sure the technology works well. Which big shout out to our guy Sean pulling a big day here today. All right, Vinny. Before we let you get back to work, I just have to ask you because it's a requirement.
Go ahead.
The props, which the action has just been unbelievable.
Yes.
This week. As we talked about a little bit earlier, we are well on our way to a betting record on the props here in Nevada and a betting record on the props here at the South.
Well, I think, as we've chronicled for the better part of the week, the props have exceeded last year's handle so far. Now, typically in the state, the props can account for anywhere from 50 to 65% of a property's handle. Included in the props are the futures as well, and they've been up for a year. Don't forget. Now, again, as Jimmy, Chrissy, and I have talked about, we used to put the props up, 40 years ago. We used to put them up in August before the preseason. But we believe that we'll approach $200 million statewide. I think there's no reason to think we won't. Everybody will be involved with the game. Not everybody can attend the game, but everybody's going to bet the game. And so, with that said, I think typically South Point is about 50-50 game to props, but I think as Chris outlined, this year is probably going to be break that trend, and there'll be a higher percentage towards the proposition bets. And again, you've got, as I mentioned at the top, very popular teams, but you've also got very popular players on these teams that folks have followed all season long. So the props have driven a lot of business and are going to do so right up until kickoff.
As of right now, the expectations just countrywide right now, just to make it more macro at first, the expected numbers expected to bet around $23 billion.
$23 billion.
$23 billion for the country.
Yeah. Wow.
And 67.8 million American adults expected to make a bet on the game. That's about a quarter of the people in the country, which means about 70% of the country is lying.
Just remember, in this an election year,
yes,
just leave it to us bookmakers to stimulate the economy.
Yes, yes.
Always remember that.
There we go.
We'll
Vinny,
take care of it.
Vinny, pleasure as always.
Good to be with
We're
you.
going to hear from your comrades, Chris Andrews and Jimmy Vaccaro, as we go through preparing everyone at the top of each hour. Again, the baton race, we got with Matt Never coming up at the top of the next hour. But first, though, Vinny, we have to figure out where the Frank is Nicotero right now. Not officially a where the Frank is Nicotero segment, but we can figure out where he is. Let's hear from Frank, wherever he may be in Las Vegas right now.
So yeah, I'm bundled up right now. We have some Niner fans walking up here at the Fountains of Bellagio. We have some people wearing blue. I don't know, Lion fans, a lot of Lion fans.
It was so cold where Frank was that the audio didn't even work. It was so cold. I mean, it did. It looked like Frank. Oh, we got it now? Okay, we'll figure out. I think we know where Frank is, but let's hear from Frank.
Hey, what's up, guys? Frank Nicotero for South Point Studio. I'm traveling by Vespa right now, bouncing around town. So yeah, I'm bundled up right now. We have some Niner fans walking up here at the Fountains of Bellagio. We have some people wearing blue. I don't know, Lion fans. A lot of Lion fans are confused. They think they're in the game. But there you go. You can see CBS and the NFL Network setting up. But you know what? South Point Studio is on the roam right now. That's right, because I'm going to jump back up. Excuse me, guys. Niner fans, go Niners! Bang, bang. I don't know what that means, but yeah, this is what's getting me around town, baby. Let's go.
See, easy access in and out for Frank Nicotero, thanks to the Vespa. Easy on that as we get going, getting ready for the big game. Well, actually, since he was already at the Bellagio, can we go back? We go back to the Bellagio right now? Let's go back. Let's go back to the Bellagio because Alex White standing by right now. I think we'll keep it in the family. Let's keep it in the family. Alex White with her father, longtime handicapper, Kenny White, right now from the Bellagio.
Hi, everyone. I'm here at Bellagio with Sports Better and CBS Sports HQ Sportsline analyst, Kenny White, and also my father. Well, it's finally here. The Super Bowl is in Las Vegas. What does this mean to you, especially handicapping football for so long?
Alex, it's amazing being in this business as long as I have, almost 40 years. I think the first 15 years, we didn't think there could ever be a Super Bowl here. But then we started to believe that gambling was getting more widespread, that we deserve a Super Bowl and how good it can be. Our city is entertainment. Nobody can make up the strip, and no one has that setup that we do. And with the sports betting, we were the only state with it. So, well, everybody has it now. 40 states have it, but we still got the Super Bowl. There's going to be a great weekend. And you know what? This will be a every 4 or 5 year deal now.
So this is a destination, whether the Super Bowl was here or not. People would always come here for this weekend. Are you surprised with the amount of people that we've had in Las Vegas, or the combination? We kind of expected it.
Not really, because you said it's a destination city anyway. People came here for the Super Bowl because the Super Bowl parties, well, the big game parties, you couldn't call it Super Bowl. You still can't call it Super Bowl, but the big game parties are at every hotel and casino in town.
Now, what do you think about the handle? The props are almost catching up to the side in total. Does that shock you?
No, not at all.
Okay.
I think the props in the last 10 years have really taken off, but now the props will, I think, beat out the wagering on the side in total in this game. There's so many different props. Some books have over 1,000 props. So, yeah, the props are definitely going to outweigh the game.
CBS is broadcasting the game. What does that mean for you guys? How has this experience been?
Oh, it's just amazing. We get carte blanche to everything, it seems like, here at CBS. So, yeah, glad it's a CBS game here in Vegas. It's the right thing to do.
Final score, what's your prediction?
I'm hoping for a lower scoring game because obviously, Super Bowls, everybody bets over, so you want to be against the general public. So I'm kind of an under. I hope it's 6-3. My true actual score is 24-17 Chiefs. I hope the Chiefs win. I think they will because I think the advantage is a quarterback. Brock Purdy, first Super Bowl, he's going to be nervous. You can't get that experience other than playing in the game. Patrick Mahomes been here, done it. He's won it twice. I think he wins it for a third time.
Really just hoping for a good game. Thank you so much. I know you have a lot to do this weekend. I'm Alex White with South Point Sports. We'll see you soon.
Alex and Kenny down on the strip at the Bellagio. You will see Alex White here in studio at 2 o'clock. That will be the time you see Alex's final analysis on the game here today. Boy, what a fun time. About 3 hours and 15 minutes from kickoff. Just a little due north of here at Allegiant Stadium. Before I hand the baton off to our guy, Matt Neverett, and then I'll go explore some fun things here in property over the next few hours. A review of the plays here for today. It is a long, extended list. The favorites that I like both teams to convert their first, third down attempts. You can find that at other shops, but I do like that. I also like a bet you can make here at the South Point. Brock Purdy over 29.5 passing attempts. I like that a whole lot, along with Travis Kelce over 71.5 receiving yards. We can go to the next screen here on this one since we have too many screens on this. As I talked about with Chris Andrews, over 2.5 players with a pass attempt plus 175. Also over 2.5 players with a completion plus 275 was the number I got on that earlier in the week. Niners to convert a fourth down, minus 115. Same with Kansas City on the minus 120 on to convert a fourth down. And then everyone's favorite, the successful 2-point conversion at plus 280. Just the attempt alone at plus 145. There's some other index props, including Patrick Mahomes to win MVP right now. You can even get plus 175 behind us here at the South Point studio. That is the whole list. Not all of those. Some of those are one unit plays. Some of those are less, as you would expect with that amount of volume here on the big game. All right. At the top of the hour, 1 o'clock Pacific time, Matt Neverett will be on the desk here. And boy, Matt Neverett was busy today catching up with Brendan Gaughan, John Gaughan, and Chris Andrews will be in studio to talk to Matt at the top of the 1 o'clock hour. You may even figure out where Frank is next as well in that 1 o'clock hour. 2 o'clock, you'll see Alex White. We'll definitely be figuring out where Frank Nicotero will be at 2. And at 3, Frank Nicotero will be here. He'll be back from out and about town at 3 o'clock here to wrap up our pregame coverage here today at the South Point studio. I'm Jeff Parles. We'll see you again at 1 o'clock with Matt Neverett and more here at South Point studio on YouTube.
There she is, the beautiful sports book here at the South Point. It is filling up about 2.5 hours away from kickoff, and it is sure getting busier by the minute. As we welcome you back into the South Point studio, along with Sportsbook Director Chris Andrews, I'm Matt Everett. And Chris, thanks for taking a couple minutes out of your crazy busy day.
Yeah, it's been
crazy busy week, and all the lead up. Year to year, it just seems that the Super Bowl brings more props, more handle, more people, but especially with it being in Las Vegas, no different this year. That trend continues. Is this about as busy a Super Bowl as you can remember in the lead up to the game?
Betting wise, I'd say yes. Around town though, there's stories of room rates being dropped and all sorts of things, and I think that's true. I think that has probably hurt some of the non-betting revenue centers in this town. But betting wise, the action's been great. I mean, the props. Just had Michael gone in my office, and I keep telling him I think the props are going to outright the game. Now, that being said, we still got guys coming in. One guy just bet me $100,000, about an hour ago. Another guy texted me and goes, "You okay with a $50,000 bet?" Yes, come on in, please. So you never know if enough of those guys come in. It could surpass the props, but the props will only take 2 dimes a whack. But guys are betting them pretty good.
It's a war of attrition with the props. And it's crazy to think that with the line, as you've been saying all week, really not around a key number, that all these prop bets are coming in really more so than usual. Is there one or maybe a theme of a couple of different props that you're getting more action on than others, or is it pretty constant across the board?
Well, first of all, everybody loves Kelsey.
Of course.
Big surprise. But there's some, very high-profile names, besides Kelsey, Mahomes, of course, and Purdy's gotten a lot of publicity this year, and guys, like Deebo Samuel, Christian McCaffrey, George Kittle. I mean, there's just a lot of names out there that people know. A lot of them from playing fantasy football all year, and these were names that probably on their rosters all season. So they're coming in a lot of props on that, but a lot of point spread props, which is something we get every year. Always a very popular prop. Alternate totals. Getting a lot of play, but all those things we do that every year, I would say, but it seems like quite a bit this year. We'll find out when the dust all settles. It's really hard for me to tell, Matt, until I get the numbers at the end.
Yeah, and it's 2 teams that are pretty even across the board, 2 pretty public teams as well throughout the course of the year, especially on the Chiefs. And as far as the number on the game itself, the spread, it was at 2 this morning. About 2 hours ago, it moved to 1.5,
right,
and then quickly toggled back to 2. Is that action driven on the move?
Yeah, both ways. The first one was an accumulation at +2, plus a lot of money line play. Went to 1.5. That's when the guy bet me the $100,000 at the 1.5. But we also went down to -20 plus a dime on the money line. We had a lot of -20 action. I mean, that's really kind of good value, But as we say here at South Point, we try to give you the best no matter who you like, which we did, And I think you could see the lines out there. It's kind of, it's come to pass.
It's crazy. And this one, it seems almost like a pros versus Joes, sharps versus public as far as where the big money is coming in. But we're starting to see some bigger bets coming in on the Chiefs today, but that's basically what you had predicted throughout the week.
Yeah, well, listen, when Billy Walters speaks, people listen. And he said, and I knew Billy throws a lot of curveballs out there, but he did go through an analysis of why. It's about a 3 or 4 minute video on why he liked the Chiefs. And I would recommend everybody, if you're ever going to make a bet in your life, even if you don't believe in Billy or you're going to bet the other side, listen to what he says. This guy is full of as much wisdom as anybody in this business.
Well, it's one thing for a handicapper to just throw out a side they like. I do like that he went through. I saw the video that you were referencing where he kind of went through and laid out his position and why he likes it. And he said that the Chiefs, in his mind, should be a 2-point favorite, so almost the exact opposite. But he's one of the few guys that kind of went through and gave his exact reasoning. Wanted to get your thoughts, Chris, on just the Super Bowl being in Las Vegas. Many, many, many years, the NFL and sports leagues in general stayed away from the state of Nevada as a whole, but now they're fully embracing Las Vegas. They've already said that the Allegiant Stadium in this Las Vegas city already added to the Super Bowl rotation of stadiums. What's it been like for you as someone who's been around this town for a while, just seeing the transformation and now the NFL diving in head first to the Las Vegas spirit?
Well, when I first got here, which was 1979, there was still that kind of hangover that, the mob ran the town. And, a lot of ways they kind of did, to be honest with you. But as the town grew, I mean, we have churches and we have schools and we have regular businesses and we have all sorts of things. We are a regular town, built around gambling. But, now casinos are popping up all over the country. I mean, But who does it better than anybody? Well, I hate to tell you, it's Las Vegas. And we've been doing it better than anybody for, well, my whole lifetime, which is 67 years. So, I think it made sense to finally have the game here. And I read this, and I don't know if it's true, but I read where Allegiant Stadium in the last 2 years is the most profitable of all the big stadiums in the country. I don't know that that's true, but I did read that somewhere, and I can kind of believe it. Yeah.
Last thing for you before we let you get back behind the counter, get back to work. From a futures perspective, I should say, where do you guys sit? Are you guys in a good spot no matter what on this game, no matter which side you need from the futures market?
We need anything but a rain out. We're in a great spot either way.
That's the way to do it. That's why you guys are the best, booking some really true action on both sides. You guys are the first to go down to 2 from 2.5. You guys were really the only ones to move it to 1.5, but then quickly back to 2. But hey, there's a reason you guys are doing so well.
That 105 brings in a lot of business, let me tell you.
Yeah. So. Well, he's Chris Andrews, and coming up here in a second, we got a chance to sit down with Brendan Gaughan. Before we do show this video, Brendan behind the counter for the Super Bowl is one of the favorite traditions here at South Point. What's that like for you, getting another teller on these big days?
Well, it's great to have the other teller, but Brendan is so proud that he's on the money all the time. And I just had Michael back there, so I'm going to do my best to steal 100 out of Brendan's drawer. I just want you to know that. Just so he's short one time, he's going to go nuts if he is. But I don't know how I'm going to be able to pull that off. I'd have to be David Copperfield to be able to do that.
Yeah, as a former sportsbook employee, you got to keep some firm elbows and a watchful eye behind the counter. But let's check it out. We got a chance to sit down with Brendan earlier and talk about his yearly tradition of writing sports bets here at the South Point. How is it going behind the counter? We'll start with that.
Well, we're taking a break. I got a line going right here, so we have to come to the South Point studio to do this because this is what we do, right? But it's so much fun. Super Bowl Sunday is always. Look, I work it one day a year for one reason, because this is where the action is at. You worked at the Westgate, you said, for a Super Bowl. I've been working Super Bowl since I was 21.
Wow.
And now my nephew is working next to me. My godson is 2 windows down. So, this is so much fun. My dad will be here in a little bit, and if you want to come heckle Michael Gaughan, you can come look at the guy behind his grandson and his son who's just making fun of us. He won't work a window anymore. Got an empty spot for him right now. He could work it, but he's too afraid anymore.
Well, just like everything else here at the South Point, it is a family affair with the Gaughan family. How did that tradition start? You said you've been doing it since you were 21. Was it your idea? I'm going to guess not initially.
No, it was. So, since my grandfather put the first book in a casino, we've had a Gaughan working Super Bowl Sunday behind a window since then.
Wow.
And that was back in the 60s. So, it's a tradition that we've done, the family. My dad used to work every Sunday. But then he always worked Super Bowl Sunday. There's a picture of me. Now, this is way before gaming regs, or there's still gaming regs, but they didn't care. It was like 1979, 1981. I'm sitting on the counter at the Barbary Coast. I'm taking money from a customer, handing it to Jimmy Vaccaro. And my dad is handing me we used to have old Super Bowl shirts. We used to be able to make those. You're not old enough to remember that. We used to make Super Bowl t-shirts. And I'd hand Jimmy the money. He'd hand me a ticket. My dad would hand me the t-shirt, and I'd hand it to the customer at 5 years old. And there's a picture of it that we have. So this has been going on forever. And when I turned 21, even when I was racing NASCAR all the years, I would always come home and work the sports book, whether it was the Gold Coast, the Orleans, or here. I always come home to work the book.
Is there one Super Bowl that stands out in your mind, maybe a favorite memory from a Super Bowl that stands out more than others?
The one for me and my family, of course, was the 1993 Super Bowl that my father and Frank did the very infamous two-way line, the -6.5 plus 7.5. It was absolutely insane as our family. My father locked us in the bedroom at home and made us watch the game as a family together. Brought my brothers home from college because it was that big of a deal. That to me is the Super Bowl that sticks out for the rest of my life, which was it was a risk my father took that he has promised he will never take again. And to this point in his life, he has never done it again.
Of course, the Gaughan family, a fixture here in Las Vegas. And for years and years and years and years, no one ever thought the Super Bowl would ever come here. What has it been like for you just to see the transformation and finally having a Super Bowl in Las Vegas?
It's a double-edged sword. There's actually some slowdown because of it being in Vegas, because the town is not like it used to be, man. Everybody's robbing people on these prices. Vegas used to be famous as the value town. It is definitely not that right now, unless you come to South Point. But
perfect.
But it's so much fun because I grew up playing college basketball. I grew up playing racing NASCAR, and it was almost taboo. You definitely did not want to say the word betting. You did not want to talk about sports betting. Mr. Franzi, growing up with Mr. Franzi and Jimmy and all these guys, I had to walk a fine line playing these sports and racing in these sports. Now it's in Las Vegas. The biggest game one of the biggest games in the world is in Las Vegas, and they're betting right here in town. I do a television show when I was racing, talking about me in that race. So it's so different the world that we grew up in. And honestly, it's a better world for it because you're no longer having that taboo. There's none of these weird, scary things. Betting is not a big, dangerous, scary ill. And it's fun to watch these professional organizations finally embrace it.
And lastly, Brandon, before we let you get back behind the counter, your thoughts on the game. We got the Chiefs and the 49ers. Line just moved to 1.5 49ers favored.
Went right back to 2 points.
Just now, wow.
Yep, right as I walked in. As a matter of fact, a guy came in to bet 4 dimes real quick, and it was minus 125 again, or plus 125 again, and he goes, "What?" I said, "You just missed it, dude." So that's how fast it happens at the South Point. The line moves. Remember, we're the last place that does it by hand.
Mm-hmm.
We still run. We don't have an algorithm changing our deals. You got Jimmy, Chris, and Vinny in the back watching the number. They move the number on their own. So if you're looking for a legit deal, you got to come to the South Point because we're the ones that do it. So it's so much fun. The next thing you're going to ask me is, who do I want? I don't know yet. I'll tell you at 3:17 when I close my window.
That is the perfect bookmaker answer. Brandon Gaughan, thanks so much for stopping by. We'll let you get back behind the counter.
Thanks, man. Appreciate it.
That's a true bookmaker right there. He doesn't know who he wants until they know what the book needs. Thanks again to Brandon Gaughan for stopping by. He is right over my shoulder here, still at the counter, dealing out bets and giving out advice. He is a really fun fixture to get to know here at the South Point. And as mentioned, it is a family affair top to bottom here at the South Point, one of the really old school places here in Vegas, and that's what makes it so cool. Family affair for sure. We also got a chance to sit down with Brennan's nephew, John Gaughan, to talk about his resumption of his uncle's tradition of coming back behind the sportsbook counter and really getting involved. You got to check out the jersey he's wearing as well. All right, John, you're carrying on a family tradition in many ways with working in Vegas, your line of work here, but today especially, working behind the counter for the Super Bowl here at the South Point. How many years have you been doing this, by the way?
So I've been working here at the South Point about 2 years now. I've been blessed to be an opportunity where I've been doing 6 months at every position throughout the whole casino, and then for all the big events, I come right back and help out wherever I can help. And the Super Bowl might be my favorite event of the entire year. I mean, it's beautiful. I mean, the room's busy, everyone's in a good mood, everyone's having a good time. This is the best day of the year, at least for me.
And you've been back behind the counter all day. What's the action been like, at least in your experience?
Action's been amazing. I mean, a lot of big money on the 49ers money line, of course. That's been the go-to. But then a lot of Chiefs +2 on the spread, so you never know. It's going to be a good game, I hope.
And, of course, the Gaughan family, a mainstay here in Las Vegas. What's it been like working with family, and especially on a big-time game like this?
It's been amazing. It's so cool. I mean, I'm sitting here working with my uncle. My grandpa's in the back. My dad's going to come say hello. It's amazing. It's an honor every single day to even come in here and be able to be around these people. It's amazing. My family have blessed me from the day I was born, so I just want to thank them for everything.
And you got your great-looking Barry Sanders jersey.
Yes,
I don't know
sir.
if you were excited about the result of the 49ers beating them, but your thoughts on the game itself. We got the line back up to 2 points now with the Chiefs catching 2. Your thoughts on today's Super Bowl?
I like the Chiefs myself. I mean, I think anyone who bets against Patrick Mahomes is a little crazy, but not to say that they're going to win the game. I think it's going to be a great game. I think it's going to be high scoring myself, but I'm excited to watch.
And before we let you get back behind the counter, biggest action you've taken today so far?
I took $42,000 on a 49ers money line on my first ticket of the morning. A gentleman walked up. I was not ready to go. It's been a little while since I've been behind there, and he got me going right off the bat.
It gets the juices flowing right away. Well,
Yes,
we appreciate you stopping by. Got to let you get back behind the counter.
Yes, sir.
Oh, I'm glad I could break John Gaughan into his day of work with my $42,000 action. Very much just kidding. Much smaller unit than that. Big thank you to both Brendan Gaughan and his nephew John Gaughan for stopping by and talking shop with us. Really cool tradition that the Gaughan family has. Really one of the only, if not the only, family-run casino that is still around in Las Vegas. And they were grateful enough to take some time. We're grateful that they were able to stop by and give us a little bit of a peek behind the curtain here at the South Point studio. And we're going to check in with our man Frank Nicotero. He's been running all around Las Vegas. I didn't know Vespas got up this fast or had this many miles per gallon, but Frank cruising around Vegas, this time checking out the Sphere, which has been the talk of a lot of advertising controversy over the last couple of weeks, and we'll see if Frank can stir up a little bit of controversy on its own. Check it out.
All right, my journey around town continues on the Vespa. That's kind of scary. I'm a little frightened by that right now. Just says touchdown. Anyway, they have a really cool Super Bowl logo that should be popping up any second, but you can try to put my image up. Oh, there it is. Super Bowl 58. Look at that. I don't know if they're showing the game on the sphere, but they should right there. Look at that. Super Bowl 58. I am here. Look at the rosy cheeks and the hair. Looking pretty good. San Francisco 49ers right there. Next helmet should probably be the Kansas City Chiefs. Should have been the Pittsburgh Steelers. But anyway, it's not. Jerry, are you back? I'm sorry. Anyway, let's go. Come on, change it. Here we go. Okay. It's stuck on the Niners. Maybe that's a sign. Maybe we're supposed to bet them. I don't know. All right. So we're just stuck on the 49er helmet. But anyway, covering the lens. It's all live. Oh, there it is. There's the Chiefs. So that's the matchup right there. Later on, will the game be broadcast on the Sphere? I don't know. But on March 13th, they could show, wait, what happened? My new game show premieres on Very Local. But anyway, there's the Super Bowl helmets right here at the Sphere. I'm going to keep bouncing around. I think I'm off to Guy Fieri's Food Fest. But I definitely wanted to come down here and get the Sphere for you guys. Frank Nicotero, South Point Studio, on the Rome. Vespa. Oh, look at that. Change into that. Oh, come on. Look at that. Vegas, baby. Super Bowl 58.
Look at that, indeed. Check out the windswept hair from Frank Nicotero, cruising all over. That is far from the last time that we will see or hear from Frank today. He'll be back on this very desk at the top of the 3 o'clock hour, getting you set for kickoff. Still got plenty more of his hits from around Las Vegas, and we'll see if he ended up meeting up with Guy Fieri. I'm sure he's going to be well taken care of in the food department one way or another with a lot of the big parties that are going on for free here at the South Point. And one more guest from the Sphere, our very own resident Clydesdales. Remember, these Clydesdales call the South Point their West Coast home. Check that out. That is a real video from the Las Vegas Sphere. A nice looking snow globe. They're about 2 months late for Christmas, but really visually striking. And we definitely thought that was cool. I don't know if Frank was up late or up early enough to catch that himself. His drone shot might leave a little bit to be desired. But yeah, Clydesdales, Frank Nicotero, Spheres. What more could you want out of a Super Bowl Sunday? We still have plenty more coverage here to go from the South Point studio in the lead up to the game. We are just under 2.5 hours away from kickoff, 3:30 here on the West Coast. Coming up at the top of the hour, 2 o'clock Pacific, I'll be back. I'll be joined by Alex White, and Jimmy Vaccaro continues our parade from behind the counter into our studios. He'll tell us about some of the big action. Of course, we got to get some Super Bowl stories for Jimmy. Nobody tells it quite like Jimmy Vaccaro. So check it out. Top of the hour, I'll be with Alex White, Jimmy Vaccaro, Frank Nicotero in studio at 3 o'clock. And keep it locked right here on South Point Studio all day long in our lead up to Super Bowl 58, Las Vegas's very first Super Bowl. Talk to you guys in about 43 minutes. We're back here at South Point Studios. There's a live look inside Allegiant Stadium for all the talk about the turf that the Raiders had been playing on all year. That looks absolutely stupendous. An entirely new field of sod laid down. It has been rolled into the stadium, and in just over 90 minutes, they will get it going between the Chiefs and the 49ers. Back with us from the South Point studio is Alex White. I'm Matt Neverett. Alex has been hanging out with her family. It's a family affair for the Gons. It's a family affair for the Whites. What time did you guys get here to reserve your booth?
Okay, so I got here at 7:15. I typically get here an hour before our show anyway, so we were on at 8:30. I got here at 7:15. All the booths were taken besides the one that Chris Andrews set aside for us in the studio. All the tables in the bar were taken, so I grabbed 3 seats at the sports book, held on to those. My mom came, sat there while I was on air for 2 hours. And yeah, we've been holding them down. It's pretty crazy out there, but I will say everybody's very respectful. They are looking for seats, trying to find where they are going to watch the big game, but everybody's being very respectful.
And Chris and the guys on the other side of the counter, gracious hosts as always. We got a video here. I don't know if you and your family got this treatment when you walked into the South Point today, but here's a look at Taylor Swift walking into Allegiant Stadium earlier with Ice Spice and Blake Lively. What a trio. I mean, check this out.
Oh, yeah. So we didn't have any pregame shows on. I know there was some props out there who they would show first, Taylor Swift or Travis Kelce, but I don't know.
Now, does that count? Does it have to be on the broadcast?
It has to be on the broadcast.
Okay. So we're going to talk some props here in a minute, but wanted to bring in one of our favorites from behind the counter. We got the man, the myth, the legend, Jimmy Vaccaro joining us here. White sweatshirt and all, as always. Jimmy, what's it been like for you on the other side of the counter today?
Unbelievable. I've been doing this racket my entire life, and I want to say, holy guacamole, I've never seen nothing like this. I mean, from here, we have ballrooms upstairs taking care of 3,000 people. This has not stopped for the 7 hours. And we just took 2 bets, one for a lousy $33,000 to win $30,000, but a guy bet $90,000 worth of props. So as you can see, I couldn't even have time yet to do the jigger and put them up on the thing because we're still taking care of the gaming thing must be taken care of. So what you're seeing is I'm sure, will reflect everything everywhere in every sports book for a couple reasons. First of all, there's no stopping Super Bowl Sunday. I mean, it just gets on its own no matter what. And again, like people like me who 30, 40 years ago said, it'll be okay. You know, we had no idea it was going to be like this. And now what we deem as something just like, wow, untalkable, it's there. And certainly, the entertainment value also has gone through the roof because what used to be, and you would know through your family, there wasn't a lot of women who would come around and bet these things. Now it's a completely different story. So I don't know where you want to go, kid, but as you can see, we're like an hour before kickoff, and I keep getting on the microphone trying to make sure these people get their bets in because this is the crowdest I've ever seen. I've been doing this my entire life.
Yeah, coming from you, that means a lot. The guy that bet $90,000 on props, that's with a $2,000 limit each, right?
Yeah, or whatever Chris gives him. You know, whatever.
Certain guys.
Usually, I'd say I know he's $2,000, so he bet about $45,000. He's a guy that I've known and Chris knows. He's not going to just throw his money away. It doesn't mean he's going to win it, but and prop bets are taking a front step anymore. Mm-hmm. In other words, what I'm getting at, prop bets a long time ago, we didn't even know what the hell the word was. Now. It's half the money you write for Super Bowl is on the prop bets for 2 reasons. First of all, they think they can beat them. And second of all, the other part about simply is it's like you can be entertained the entire game from the coin flip to who scores last. And you know what? There'll be money on every one of those.
And that's the way it's going nowadays. Wanted to talk to you about the numbers, the spread and the total on the game itself. Mm-hmm. It was 2 this morning, went to 1.5, quickly toggled back to 2. And the total actually now market wide, more or less, down to 47. Mm-hmm. Have you guys been getting a ton of that under money recently?
Yeah, just I'd say the last couple hours we were holding pretty steady to 47.5 for quite a while, and the same thing with the 2. You know, you look at the 2 and say, you know, this is pretty as close as I can even remember. You know, the point spread being that close. Everything's usually been a little bit higher, and so naturally, so what we got now. So, young lady, what do you think about that?
About the spread?
Yeah.
I'm leaning towards the Niners here.
You're leaning towards
but it's a great money line price, right, for a 2-point spread. So instead of laying the 2, I would take the money line with the Niners.
Well, there's no like big edge because the 3 is not involved.
Mm-hmm. That's right.
So you're just gonna have to take and you're right. We're getting a little more money lines because they can't find. They ain't going to 3, ain't going nowhere else. So the next best move is like trying to find a good number on the funny roll. Yeah, funny line. But like naturally, when Chris does it with the money lines, you can see it's a little bit of a bargain laying the prices you have on both sides because we use the dime line there and we use the nickel line with the 105, that's been something that will go down in history that we did first here at the South Point. Is it making a big deal? No, but it's a nice deal because you're giving away something for nothing for the guy making the bet.
And Jimmy, you've been in Vegas a long, long, long time. And for a long, long, long time, nobody ever thought that the Super Bowl, let alone the NFL at all, would come to Las Vegas. What have been your thoughts on Las Vegas's very first Super Bowl?
Well, first of all, going way back, and I tell the story because obviously I was there, where the NFL was trying to come in and they were going to tell us what to do. And the first thing that they told us, this is like in '84 when they sent some people out, but what they were talking about, what they wanted was so far out of touch. We had to say no even to progress from there to see if we could get to it. Well, then obviously every year the entertainment value was there, but then people started asking, how come I can't bet? How come I can't see it? What's wrong with you people? That type of thing. So what we did is we loosened up a little bit, and then there were always little things, that helped. Refrigerator Perry, when he scored the touchdown, the phones for AP across the country lit up. They wanted to know more about that. This gave us some more fuels to think of more things. Buster Douglas beating Mike Tyson. When these type of things happen, in a correlation of what's going on, it did nothing but help. And like I said, this is the residual effect.
Absolutely blown up sports betting has, and I love it. And you're right about the props. I think that nobody wants to be wrong, right, in betting the sides. But if you do your research and you think you have an edge on a prop or even a player with receiving yards, rushing yards, you're going to put your money there, of course.
And one thing that I'm sorry to interrupt you.
That's it.
But one thing when you deal with the props, and we learned too, we've made mistakes. One of it was way back when, it's a 4th down and whatever, and they're running out the clock, and Mahomes takes 5 steps backwards and he kneels down.
Mm-hmm.
Well, what we didn't know at the time, because we had to wait for the NFL to send the official report, it's he had 103 yards rushing, but then when he knelt down, he had 129 yards rushing. So we paid the 133, never even thinking of it. Then we found out a couple of days later when a guy's going to say, what the hell, you're robbing me, Jimmy? Look at this. Here's the official. Because things like that, and they pop up everywhere. I mean, even the idea of considering 90 proposition bets, I get dizzy thinking about it.
How do you keep track of that? Yeah.
I know. But it's here to stay. It's going to get better and better. And then what it does, it feeds everything else. So I'll take this. We'll take a little break, and before I know it's March Madness.
That's right.
It's a very cyclical sports schedule for you guys. We'll let you get back behind the counter in just a moment. And I know you won't really know who you want to win the game for about another hour and a half until the betting closes pregame.
Mm-hmm.
As far as from the outside of the betting perspective, as far as the game itself, do you have a feeling either way?
No.
Not yet.
I've never, and I think one that helped me get to 78 years old and 49 years here is simply, I don't get whatever happens, then what are you going to do? I mean, I don't punch the TV. I don't scream. I've never swore in front of the game. As a matter of fact, I'll just put it this way. This I'm proud of at my tender age of 78. If we sat for a game and watched it, you would have no idea who I was rooting for because I would never aggravate myself any more than I'm aggravated. What am I going to do about it? Make a bad play, make a good play. My thing's always been with most people that I have my little circle with. You want the breaks to just fall 50-50. Whether you get, that's all you're looking for. Naturally, but the people, don't get me wrong, this is their life, this is what they do. They act like they never had one of those in their favor.
Mm-hmm.
Never, no, Jimmy. Well, look at them stupid people, whatever. Okay, shut up. What am I going to tell you?
That's why you're the best, Jimmy. And you mentioned some of the awesome viewing parties that we have here at the South Point. Mm-hmm. Our very own Frank Nicotero and Jeff Parles have been running around all of Las Vegas. They finally are back here at the South Point and are checking out a couple of the free parties. Let's see what they look like from upstairs.
South Point Studios at the big game party here at South Point. Kansas City Chiefs Balloon Man.
It's Travis Kelce.
It's Travis Kelce, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah.
And then over there, who's the giant San Francisco Balloon Man modeled after?
Maybe it's old school. Maybe it's Jerry Rice.
It's
maybe
Jerry
it's
Rice.
Joe Montana, Dwight Clark.
It could be. I don't know. But anyway,
might need those guys today.
The Balloon Men are here. We are here. We're going to go inside. They can hold like 4,000 people in there. Let's find out how many are there.
How about this, Frank?
What's that?
I got this earlier today from Vinny.
Okay.
Because as he said, always listen to your co-host.
Yeah.
because our co-hosts at times, both Alex White.
Yeah, right.
So expected about 7,000 people roughly on property
hearing.
today to watch the game. Around 5,000 up here. Multiple ballrooms going. The VIP party that you and I are not VIP.
We're not allowed to even look at the VIP party. Can I get no?
No.
Can I look? No, I can't even look.
No,
okay.
but there's so much going on. A lot of food options. We'll explore it as we go along over the next few minutes.
All right, go Steelers. They're going to win today.
Yeah, I don't think so.
All right, there you go, Super Bowl 58, and someone just pointed out to me the LV, which is the Roman numeral, Las Vegas. I didn't notice that until just today.
I'll let you leave it at that, Frank.
I didn't realize Las Vegas 58. It's the same. All right, Drew, walk in there. We're gonna follow you. Go.
Yeah, there we
Just
go.
go in. Let's see here.
Optimal camera work coming from our guy
yes.
Drew here. Look at this. Look how many people.
Big screen
And this is Frank.
TVs.
We are still about an hour or so plus away from kickoff
We're
here,
not even an hour.
and it's a full boat.
I try on your hat quickly. Hold on, folks. I gotta try this on. This doesn't mean I'm rooting for the Niners. I don't know who I'm rooting for. All right. There it is.
I'll be honest with you. You've never looked better.
I've never looked better.
You've
I
never looked
appreciate you
better.
letting me use
And we
this.
finally found
And now
something
we
that's
can see.
actually too big for your head. Oh my
And now we
goodness.
can see why he's wearing it. He ain't got no hair. Anyway, go Niners. Good luck. Go Niners, guys. We're in the Napa room. I'm getting a little thirsty, though.
It's crazy, man. I love it. But, we really do need a drink.
I need a drink, and I'm looking right here.
All right, here, let me get.
What do you got?
Okay.
Ralph's going to buy.
Get us a couple of drinks here.
Well, that's $100. Do I need $100?
Well, you do if you're at the Super Bowl.
If I'm at the Super Bowl, this might be good for one drink.
Yeah, and you'd have to leave the tip.
And I'd have to leave it.
Yeah.
This wouldn't even get the tip. But what about here at the South Bowl? Look at the big game drink prices. Look at these prices, ladies and gentlemen. Budweiser products, $4.
$4?
Look at that, 6 buds, 20. I think that's a better deal than buying 6 singles.
Oh, are you kidding me?
Now look at the exacta. You get some Coronado and Budweiser. You get that 4-5 trifecta. You don't even need them. I'm giving you your money back. I'm not going to need that much.
Okay. All right.
All right. What would be your poison here?
I can't believe this.
What would you drink here, buddy?
Get me anything, man. You know what? Why not? Let's try one of everything. These are macho drinks again, folks.
$4
These
beers.
are manly drinks again.
$4. These are freezing too, by the way.
Yeah.
Cheers. Glug glug. Can't drink on camera. Glug 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 glug. All right, cut.
And there's also, again, remember Pepsi providing everything here for today. You get your tickets for food and drink outside, the walking tacos, the Dorito walking tacos,
There's
the
still time to
Pepsi.
come
Still
down.
plenty of time to come
And
down.
it seems like every table has a bunch of chips and stuff. Were the chips there when you got here? You're free when you walk in. Free chips. But I'm on keto, so I can't have them.
Oh, come on. It's a Super Bowl day.
Cheat day, cheat day.
Frank, you know today is the second largest food consumption day in the country all year.
Next to Thanksgiving?
Thanksgiving's number one. It's
I
just
probably am on
Super Bowl Sunday's the only day that has more food consumption. And why not consume food here at the South Point,
I'll
right?
do it, yeah. And by the way, like you said on the way in, the prices are unbeatable here at the South Point.
Yeah, unbelievable. Look, of course you have the $1.50 hot dog downstairs right next to our studio. But if you come up here, you get a full-on hot dog for $2, chicken tenders $5, meatball hero, which look outstanding, $6.
All the food prices.
Well, man, look at me. Come on. Look at me. I'm packing too much weight over
That's
here.
not cheap beer. See, it's a perfect team, man. Mutt and Jeff. All right, we're back to the studio. Have fun.
Our very own Hellraisers, Frank Nicotero and Jeff Parles, causing havoc all over Las Vegas, and they found their way back to the South Point. There she is, Allegiant Stadium, where the beers are either $17 or $19 today. How about those beer prices? $4 beers here at the South Point. You won't find a better Super Bowl bargain. Free parking, free party, $4 beers. I might have to get in on that after this.
And great energy, I would have to say. We've got fans from both teams out here ready to root on their team. Great prices, like you mentioned, and a free party. Can't beat it.
When I sat down with Chris Andrews just about an hour ago, we were talking about the matchup, and I brought up these are two very public teams, but also two very evenly rated teams at this point in the year, and I think the line reflects that back to 2 in the total at 47, down from 47.5, where it has been most of the week. I can't recall, Alex, a Super Bowl, at least in the last handful of years since we've been involved in this racket, with less movement just because nobody really knows how this game's going to go.
Honestly, Matt, I said the exact same thing to Jeff this morning because it is crazy. I mean, it opened where it is closing if it stays here now. So you're right. I think We are seeing a lot of professional money on the Niners. More people who are talking about it seem to be on the Chiefs and taking those points, and Mahomes as an underdog. But it's a lot of two-way action. A lot of people have their strong opinions on both sides.
Be sure to comment on our live video who you like, what kind of picks you like. Be sure to send us a picture at SP Studios, or rather at Sopo Studio LV on Twitter as well, at Sopo Studio LV. We'd love to see your pictures and retweet them. Just going through the live comments now, our very own Ryan McCormick's on a couple of props. He likes the Chiefs to score a first-half rush touchdown, a prop in which he got it plus 165. He likes Elijah Mitchell 2+ rush attempts and over 4.5 rush yards. We've also got Minidar, who's on McCaffrey first and last touchdown. Kittle anytime TD at 12-1. And our very own Andrew says, tails never fails. And we'll take a look at some of our props. Alex and I have been making our prop picks all week. And as Chris Andrews has said, a lot of people taking some extra props because the game, A, isn't around a key number, 3 or 7, and B, just really nobody has a good feel. So we definitely have plenty of props. I'll let you go first as we show your prop picks for this game. Maybe one or two that you're really, really confident about, a couple of your favorites.
So my favorite is actually not on my graphic here, but you're on the same thing, and we talked about it all week, and that's the same game teaser. I feel really confident with this, teasing the Chiefs up to 8, and then the total, I'm going down to go over that 41.5. We know Patrick Mahomes is 10-1-1 as an underdog, but he's undefeated when you tease it. So on the other side, with the total, 7 of the last 10 Super Bowls have gone over 42, so feel pretty good there. I mean, I know we're kind of leaning more to an under game here, and there is going to be a lot of defense in this, but I think both teams are going to get in the 20s. Another one I really like is the sack prop. I think both of these teams are going to have under 2.5 sacks. Both these quarterbacks can scramble and get out of the way. They have a combined 5 sacks in the 5 playoff games.
Wow.
Mahomes' median is 1 on the year, and Purdy's is 2. So getting both of those numbers under, it's moved pretty far. So people have jumped on that under already. But
they've been listening to you.
Very good. Hopefully it pays off for us. So let's go to some of your favorite props.
Yeah, you're
today.
on some a defensive one. I stayed away from defensive props. I think if I were to lay a defensive number, it would be that sack total because of those numbers that you had just laid out. But yeah, I kind of stayed away from the defense ones. I like the teaser that you and I are both on. We got it at 8 and 41.5. I just think that both teams find a way to get to 20 points. I just don't see a way in which either of these defenses holds the other down after 2 weeks off. The couple of the favorites that I like right underneath that T, second half under 24.
I do love that.
With the way that this game we think is going to go, high scoring early, low scoring late, and the Chiefs 17-2 to the second half under this year. And if you want to take a we'll say not a bad number, but a lower number than you normally would get, the fourth quarter under down to under 14. I think it's at 13 or 13.5 right now. The Chiefs 18-1 to that fourth quarter under. So if they have a lead early, watch for them to slow it down and park the bus. The other one that I really like is for the Chiefs to score before they punt. This is not a team that outside of last week punts a ton, and they are scored on their opening drive in 8 straight playoff games, longest active streak in the NFL, longest streak in NFL history since 1991. The Chiefs scoring on their very first drive of the game. And as far as the plus money one that I like the most, Patrick Mahomes to throw a first quarter touchdown pass at plus 180. I think that it's going to be pretty quick and back and forth early, and he's going to have at least 2 drives in the first quarter with an opportunity to get there, and with the extra game planning time. Andy Reid, one of the best coaches in NFL history with extra time. So
can't be mad about that, especially plus money with Patrick Mahomes. And I have Travis Kelce touchdown in the first half, so I hope it's to the tight end.
And you're going to be watching for Deebo Samuel as well. You got him
course.
before the conference championship games, right? At 60-1 to win Super Bowl MVP.
That's right. Jeff Parles and I both. So we'll be praying. But he is on the Chiefs, so he's kind of got a win-win situation here. As long as Deebo is crowned MVP after this game. If
only
the Niners
Jeff
win.
Parles could find a way to middle with a 60-1 prop that he laid 2 weeks ago. I was a little bit too late on that to get in on a full squad ride on Deebo.
That's right.
But if there's anybody outside of McCaffrey on San Francisco's roster, I would say either him or Kittle probably have the best shot to win Super Bowl MVP. We still have plenty more coverage coming up here from South Point Studio. You'll be back here in the desk at the top of the hour in about 40 minutes, as we are about an hour and 10 minutes from kickoff in Super Bowl 58 between the Chiefs and the 49ers. We'll have Frank Nicotero, Alex White. Chris Andrews gives us his final look from behind the counter. I'll be really interested to see. I would hope and assume by then he'll know what he needs. He is a bookmaker true and true. He told us earlier, I don't know what I need until right before the game, so he'll know what he needs by then. One would hope.
Looking forward to that. What are you looking forward to most with the Usher halftime? Because we did talk about this. We did talk about some props with Usher. Did you ever get any in on the first song?
I didn't.
Or if
I
there
ended
would
up
be any
not.
guests?
I will say I have a dark horse for his first song.
Okay.
A lot of people think it's either going to be Yeah. I think he does that later, if not the last song of the set. People saying OMG with Will.I.Am. I don't think that they would do a song with the feature to lead off. Just my thoughts, having watched enough of these Super Bowls. DJ Got Us Fallen in Love. That is my dark horse pick for Usher's first song. I also saw a note today, Alex. This is going to be the longest Super Bowl halftime performance ever. They gave him a whole 2 extra minutes. Remember, Rihanna did 13 songs in 13 minutes last year. So Usher may not have the chart-topping catalog that Rihanna does, but he is a showman, if nothing else, one of the best in history and one of the best that we've got in America right now. So yeah, Usher at halftime. Reba's in the house. Taylor Swift, Ryan McCormick's favorite, Ice Spice is in the house. Don't miss, top of the hour. Frank returns, making his triumphant return to the desk. We'll see in what kind of state of mind he's in, how lucid he's feeling. He'll be joined by Alex and Chris Andrews. All that and more coming up at the top of the hour. That'll do it for me. I'm Matt Neverett, saying thanks so much for tuning in. Stay tuned here to South Point Studio, and be sure to leave us your live comments. Be sure to like and subscribe while you're at it.
everybody. What's happening? Frank Nicotero here on Sports by the Book. This is so weird. It's not punchlines, but it doesn't matter. We are like 40 minutes from kickoff, something like that. And Sean told me that it'll be 209 days till we get another football game. So, I mean, that's a long time. So we're here now for this game. Alex White is here, and Chris Andrews, the director of the Sportsbook here at the South Point. It is packed. Brendan Gaughan is writing tickets over here on the corner booth.
Johnny Gaughan is writing.
Johnny Gaughan's too? Oh, my God. So the atmosphere,
it.
Sean's leaving. I don't know why. But anyway, he'd want to leave
He
the
has to
South
go
Point.
put a few more bets in.
Put some bets in.
You better get in line now.
Right, you better get in line now because it's 30 minutes to kick, and there are a lot of people here. This is unbelievable. Chris, the atmosphere. Now, remember, this is my first Super Bowl here at the South Point. The atmosphere is electric. It's amazing.
It's unbelievable. But Frankie, I'm telling you, it's been like this every year since I've been here.
Oh, man. How many years is that?
I got here right after the Super Bowl in 2016.
Okay.
So 17,
8
18,
years.
19, 20.
Yeah, it's I mean, we've been showing videos all around the casino, all around the hotel. Upstairs, there's 3,000 or 4,000 people. The showroom is packed. I was all over town on my Vespa this morning, so I could cut in and out of traffic. I got the Sphere. I got Caesars. I got unbelievable. I saw Bill Cowher, which was cool. So, Alex, we're here to talk about some props before the game quickly, or final score prediction.
Final score prediction, I think. I mean, we went through all the props all day long, all week long.
Yes.
By the way, you did a great job all week getting
thanks.
footage for all of our shows.
It's been fun.
And hitting as many spots as you could.
Thank you.
So am I going first with my final prediction?
Ladies
All right.
first.
I'm going 24-23 San Francisco.
That is very close to mine. That's very close to mine. I have 24-20 Kansas City.
Okay.
This is plus 15,000. So yours is big too, right?
Yes, it is.
All right,
Like
we're going
220.
And I have MVPs. I have all sorts of stuff. Chris, you love when people bet the price.
You love them when
I
you
got
give you
I got to
donations.
tell you, and I tell her, we've done well over the years in the prop.
Right.
We've done well. It's not automatic. Believe me when I tell you, it's a lot of work, and we got a lot of wise guys betting us. I mean, just even today, I had one guy, sharp better,
Okay.
put in 90,000 props
On a prop. Just on over a bunch of props.
various props. We had a friend of ours, not related to you, Zach White, came in. He bet me 80,000.
Oh, yeah,
in
you've talked
props
about him
last night.
before, yeah.
Love Zach White, great guy, super sharp. So I mean, and believe me, I'm going against some really sharp guys out there, and I hope to get them on different sides of different things.
It's just so much fun to look at that. You compose. It's over 200 props that we have.
300, but it's about three. It's about three, depending on how you count. It's we say 300.
Now I did one of the cross sport ones.
Okay.
It was Montreal and St. Louis goals versus the first quarter over of today's game. So I figured, wow, 10 points, I could win. Final score of that hockey game was 7-2. 9 goals? Are you kidding me?
So you need 10 and a half.
I know. I need 10. Watch it. If they fall as a tie, I'm going to lose by half. So I need 2 touchdowns or touchdown, field goal, and a safety. I need some sort of combination. 2-point conversion and a field goal. Oh,
You never know.
that. You never know. But yeah, this atmosphere. Jimmy Vaccaro's here. Everyone's here. Matt Everett's been pitching, and Jeff Parles. Alex, what else do you want to? Do you have any other one prop bet we want to talk about? One you like or one you're
I mean, my same game teaser. I love that one too. Tease the Chiefs up to 8, and then I think really either way you go with the total, but I went over 41.5. So that one, and then I like the under in the sacks for both teams, under 2.5.
Okay, jeez. There's so many. The MVP. There's so many, and
I know.
The one I just looked at before is: will the kick be a touchback or not? Is there?
We
Actually,
don't have that here. I don't have
you
that.
don't have
I
that one. Okay, I saw that one over. That's like minus 300. That it'll be a touchback. It just seems like way too much money to lay, so I didn't do it. But I have plenty of tickets, and boy, I need a lot of 9 goals.
9 goals. You should have just bet the over in the hockey game and then the over in the first quarter.
Oh, Alex, where were you when I was doing this? Chris, who are you rooting for?
Okay.
Well, from the sportsbook perspective.
No.
Okay.
I have no interest in either team.
Okay.
I had Michael Gaughan sitting back there. First of all, he's here since 10:30 this morning.
Right.
He finally just left. But who do we need? I keep telling Michael, I don't know who we're going to need. I don't know. And I've been telling you this for 2 weeks. I don't know who we're going to need. So he ran the what ifs, like whatever it was, like at, I think 1 o'clock. I think we ran the what ifs. I says, okay, we need anything but Kansas City and over. Then, hang on. Then, that next hour, I mean, I had one guy bet me 90,000 on the 49ers. I had another guy bet me 30,000. I had a guy bet me 50,000 on the under. I had another guy bet me 30,000 on the under. I had another guy bet me 30,000 on the Niners. I run the what ifs again at 2. Michael, scratch everything I said. We need anything but the Niners and under. Yeah, so it went completely opposite. So now I and I keep saying I don't know. And Michael finally left. He's going home. His wife supposedly makes like the best chili in the world. She's been working on it for 3 days. He has a party over his house. He says, I'm going home to eat Paula's chili. I said, Michael, it might take me half an hour to run the what ifs. I'm telling you right now, I don't know what we're going to need.
Well, next Super Bowl, when we're here, we're going to be here next year for the Super Bowl. It's in New Orleans. I make a chili too. 2 secret ingredients in it: peanut butter and cocoa powder.
What?
I got it from Regis and Kelly, but it's really good. But
we could have a chili cook-off sometime. I make a chorizo and lamb chili.
Chorizo. Oh, the Greek, you got to have the lamb in there.
Well, this is actually a Spanish
version,
okay. But, chorizo and lamb chili with some black beans.
Do you make chili, Alex?
I do not, but I will happily be the judge of this chili cook-off because I really enjoy chili.
We really should do that.
I love it. That's a great idea. We'll do it. Any final thoughts? I mean, listen, folks, if you're still not sure, come to the South Point. This atmosphere is amazing. We got upstairs. There's thousands of people.
Ryan Ground told me we could seat between 6,000 and 7,000 people.
6,000 and 7,000
everywhere.
People.
I mean, parties. The sports book, Grandview, the Grandview Annex.
Okay,
the showroom.
I love it.
The various parties.
It's unbelievable. I'm excited to watch the game. I'm excited for the halftime
and
show.
And the energy in there, I mean, and it's very split, so I can't wait to get our different crowds yelling for the Niners and the Chiefs.
Yeah, because it's all red. It's hard to tell with people. You got to look and go, okay, that's the Chiefs, that's the Niners. It's a sea of red out there. And anything else? Are you rooting for anybody? Prop bet? Okay, sure. Toss to it.
Can I ask Chris one more question? So I know when you guys sit back there and you used to watch the game, you kind of had some time, right? You'd watch the first half, you'd put up your second half numbers, and then you'd wait till the end. Now when you guys are watching the game, are you actually like thinking about all the props that are coming through too? Like who scores the first touchdown? You kind of we are, because we're focused the entire game.
But I got to tell you, so they're going to kick off. I've had Ashley running my what ifs for me. It does take about half an hour. Wow. Her parents are in town. She wants to leave as soon as they kick off. I said, so go ahead. I'll run the what ifs after you leave. So I'm going to do it. Take me about half an hour. Then I want to go check out all the parties.
Yeah, right.
So, I mean, I'm going to miss probably most of the first half.
Okay.
Wow.
So they'll tell me who scored first, who did what the first quarter did, blah, blah, blah.
Well, if you need someone to go to that one specific party with you, I could go. There's that one party.
Can you get him in?
No.
I have Tom going. He's my date for that party.
I'm not allowed into the really exclusive party. This is going to be awesome. We're very excited. Kickoff's about 25 minutes away. Any final thoughts, Alex?
No, I know it's going to be a good game.
Wait, what's going on? We're on one of the big screens. Oh my God, we're on the big screens. Hi, everybody in the sports book. Taylor Swift is in the house. So I know Taylor's there at the game. Thank God. Usher's there. If something happens to Usher, Taylor can jump in. But otherwise, why don't we just, we'll say thank you and we'll roll the video and we're out. Okay, this is the video. Tomorrow on Sports by the Book, reaction stuff. We're going to have tons of stuff. It'll be great. Come back tomorrow for Punchlines. Did I say Sports by the Book?
Both. We have both. 12 and 3.
Both tomorrow.
But Punchlines at noon, I'll be back with Alex and Chris. Thank you, everybody. Enjoy the Super Bowl. Bye. Hey, what's up, guys? Frank Nicotero for South Point Studio. I'm traveling by Vespa right now, bouncing around town. So, yeah, I'm bundled up right now. We have some Niner fans walking up here at the Fountains of Bellagio. We have some people wearing blue. I don't know, Lion fans. A lot of Lion fans are confused. They think they're in the game. But there you go. You can see CBS and the NFL Network setting up. But you know what? South Point Studio is on the roam right now. That's right, because I'm going to jump back up. Excuse me, guys. Niner fans, go Niners! Bang, bang. I don't know what that means, but yeah, this is what's getting me around town, baby. Let's go. That Super Bowl 58. I am here. Look at the rosy cheeks and the hair. Looking pretty good. San Francisco 49ers right there. Next helmet should probably be the Kansas City Chiefs. Should have been the Pittsburgh Steelers, but anyway, it's not. Jerry, are you back? I'm sorry. Anyway, let's go. Come on. Better with Pepsi, baby. Flavor Town tailgate party. Security's pretty tight around here. Hard to believe, but anyway. As you can see, I am right under the high roller, baby. That's me, batting overs, Frankie overs. And that's the actual Lombardi trophy now. I know on TV it doesn't look that big, but they're telling me that's the real Lombardi. I mean, these are football players. When they pick it up, they make it look small. It might, but there it is. Look at this shot right here, baby. And this bus just ran over every... Yeah, he didn't clip any, but the other guy clipped them all. Ladies and gentlemen, right there is where Allegiant Stadium is located. That is where the game will be. I am just blown away by the energy in the city right now. Look at this beautiful city. You got snow-capped mountains. You got the Super Bowl right there. You got me on a Vespa jumping on the 15, heading to South Point, where all the parties will be. Let's go.